Hello, everybody. Good evening. It's Friday night. Welcome to Slices and Dices. I am your host for the evening, Matt G. I am the keeper of tonight's festivities as we are playing Call of Cthulhu. This is a new scenario to our players, at least, I would hope. It is not, I would say, it was not, I don't think it's a one-shot scenario.
Is it ever?
I mean, even the one-shots end up being like,
stretched,
long. But this, I think,
Long
could
in the
probably, like any good story, I think this one could probably be done in over. Depending on how quickly you guys get to the summit of it, probably within 2 to 3 sessions. And you guys just love to play through this stuff and just find all the extra little tidbits and extra bonus stuff anyway. And you guys are fantastic RPers. So that in and of itself extends the time and the enjoyment, I would say, by a certain amount. But that said, we have a returning cast of mad men and mad women. Is that right? Mad people?
Mad folk.
Mad folk.
Mad world.
Mad.
Mad world.
Max?
Mad Max. No,
No, Matt.
Nicholson?
Stop. Thank you. The people around you may recognize from previous Call of Cthulhu videos that we have done. We played first through the Lightless Beacon. Surprisingly, everyone survived that one shot. Even though, I mean, it's never really, I think, a GM's goal to kill their players off, even in Call of Cthulhu. I think that it's, it happens more often because of the sort of subject matter, but it's never my goal. The second scenario that you guys played through was Genius Loci, which was a three-parter. Again, I did not attempt to kill, at least I did not really mean that any of you should die, and yet you all survived. Great.
Miraculously.
I mean, came real
Somewhat
close.
miraculously.
Real close. It's cool. Thank you for the bits, Iron Wolf. Yes, here's hopefully getting through yet another adventure without any of you dying, or all of you dying. I mean, who knows? I mean, go ahead and do yourselves a service if you haven't already and read through a short story of H.P. Lovecraft's. Chances are the protagonist of the story, by the end, will have either killed himself or herself through just the denial of the realities that they face, or have gone insane, and you never hear from them again. That's kind of the nihilistic view that H.P. Lovecraft puts on his stories. Not to say that will happen to any of you. Just the chances are greater. So it's fine. This is fine. Right, Chris? This is fine.
Wait, should I put on?
I mean, this is fine. Go ahead. Yeah, that's your cue. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine.
Everything is fine.
This is fine. Yeah, when each of you die, you'll put on that virtual background.
Like
this is fine. That said, I have sent to each of you, individually and privately, the information of what happened between the last session and this one. As a benefit to those who are either watching for the first time here on Slices and Dices, or to those of you who are watching in VOD on YouTube later, all 6 of these individuals have undergone at least one, if not more, I hasten to say adventures, because they're not so much adventures as they are just encounters with things beyond the ken of mortal man. And in doing so, have opened their inner eye, so to speak, to what lies beneath the true reality that goes deeper than what we face on the everyday surface of it all. But nevertheless, they persisted. And so
I look too healthy.
You do, I think
I had to fix the light. Now I match.
everybody's a little sort of grimmer, a little bit worse for wear. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys the time of year now that we find our 6 characters back in, and we'll go from there. Yeah. Okay. So it is now October of 1926. 6.5 months have passed since your encounters up at the asylum in Danvers, Massachusetts. And I mean, for each of you, it was an ordeal, right? I mean, the day or two that passed up in Danvers was like, in terms of the aging process, it affected you so severely that some of you had to seek therapy. Some of you had already sort of, had or dabbled with psychotherapy, or as they called it, psychoanalysis back in the 1920s, which was actually coming quite to the fore, was becoming the rage, almost not necessarily socially acceptable, like a fad, but it was certainly something that a lot of people felt that had a lot of value. Many didn't think it was really sort of so much valuable as therapy as it was almost as a gimmick or a sort of fun thing to do, like seances were, or spiritualism. Sigmund Freud, who had gained notoriety in the late 1800s and had now become famous by the early 20th century, had marketed his psychoanalysis very well, so much so that other psychoanalysts had sort of brought their own visions of what that meant to the average modern-day European or American. So it became much more prevalent and enabled people to actually go ahead and become practiced in it enough so that they could perform psychoanalysis on other people. And as we join the first of our 6 individuals, it is in an apartment building in downtown New York, where a small, shabby, wooden framed office, or wooden, not wooden framed, but say wood walled, perhaps, office, thin walls, hardwood floor, and in that office sits a man behind a large leather chair, or sitting in a large leather chair, looking over his desk at a man who has contacted him for the first of many psychoanalysis sessions. This is actually not the first. This is probably, I would say, maybe the 4th or 5th session. He hasn't gone every week. He's certainly not gone every month. Maybe, he's becoming used to the idea of psychoanalysis. And as we look over the desk, the camera sort of pans over the desk at this man who has a small sort of pencil-thin mustache, as many people did in the 1920s, and a thin gray beard, thick-rimmed spectacles, and slicked-back hair, and a large notepad with a ballpoint pen. He looks sort of over his glasses, like so, at an individual across from him who is lying in a leather, not reclining chair, but more of a couch, I would say, sort of like a expressionist furniture couch from the early 19th century. This man is clearly uncomfortable lying down. And as the camera pans over the desk to this individual, it pans up his ruffled pants, past his slats, up to his wear-worn jacket, and up to his grizzled face, and we see the face of Bill Willoughby, who has a cigarette in his mouth and is sort of staring up at the ceiling nervously. And the man behind the desk says, "So, good to see you back, Mr. Willoughby.
It's great to be here, Doc.
I'm sure. Great to see you again. So, hopefully you're comfortable by now. It's been a couple of minutes. Would you mind starting our session now?
No problem. Whatever you need. Yeah, let's get started.
Great, fantastic. The last time we spoke was, and he thumbs through his notebook, August 17th. It's now October. I understand that you had quite a lot of busy time on your hands. I see that you can certainly feel free to drink. Just make sure that you dispose of the bottle. Wouldn't want to get in trouble with the authorities.
It was the last report that I filed, and then they sent me here because the stuff in the report, and I guess they think I'm crazy. So I don't remember where we left off.
You said you were taking a trip to Florida. I see that you've gotten quite a nice tan. At least the remains of it. It seems to have faded quite a little bit, but I'm glad you were able to get some sun. It's always healthy to get some fresh air.
I got the sun. I'm feeling better. I still believe that what I saw is real.
Of course, yes. I think it's important to distinguish between reality and delusional behavior. I think that many of the things that we cling to, we feel are very real, and they are remnants of a past psychosis that we perhaps want to hide from our own psyches.
Sure. Whatever you say, Doc. I'd love to uncling myself from these things. So
I see.
That's why I'm here, and I need to keep my job. So
well, it seems that you have quite an attachment to your job. Would you mind? You never really want to speak about your employment. Are you comfortable with speaking about it?
Of course. They sent me here. So yeah, of course. Let's talk about my job. What would you like to know?
Anything that you are willing to divulge.
Well, it's the only thing I got, Doc.
That's quite interesting to hear. He sort of scribbles a note on his paper. Would you mind sort of elaborating on that? What do you mean by it's the only thing that you have?
Well, after my wife died, I focused very much on work, and that's all I've been doing the last 5 or 6 years. Just very focused on work, and I got friends on the side, but I don't really. I work, I go home, and then I work, so...
And how do you feel about that, Bill?
Well, it feels fine. I'd love to keep my job,
and
that's why I'm here.
How do you feel about your friends? You mentioned your friends. This is the first time you've mentioned your friends in over 3 months of me seeing you.
Well, you see, I believe in the last session we were discussing delusions, and I think that if I brought some of my friends here, they could tell you that some of those delusions were not delusions.
Right, yes, of course. I unfortunately can only take one patient and a session at a time, and I can't...
That's what you said last time.
Yes, I am sorry. Not to mention that there is this new sort of fangled understanding of what they call patient-client privilege. Can't really divulge information outside of this room we're sitting in.
Oh, that's great. So I can tell you anything I want and you won't disclose it to the Bureau?
As long as it's not illegal.
Don't disclose the drinking, okay? Please?
He sort of looks around for a second. He says, as long as you won't disclose mine. And he takes out from under his desk and he grabs a little flask and he gives a little nip.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool. We're good, Doc. We're good.
Excellent. So I think the rest of the session sort of goes relatively swimmingly, especially considering sort of all things that you have led up to this point. So what we decided to do the last time, which is different from what we're going to do now, which is that those of you who felt that it was necessary from a character perspective to undergo psychoanalysis would roll your own psychoanalysis skills. Now, that's not the way, unfortunately, it is in the book. You actually go to a psychoanalyst, or psychoanalyst, I should say, and that individual rolls their skill. So I've created an NPC here who has a decent amount of psychoanalysis in his background, and I'm going to roll a D100 against that. And let's see how it goes. Okay, 58. A 58 is a success. So I would say let's roll now depending on how many successes. Well, I would rather not roll 6 psychoanalysis skills, so I'm going to just roll a D6, which is the amount of months there are that you've been going to psychotherapy. So we'll see how many successes you got within those 6 months. Okay. So we got 4 successes out of 6. Not bad. So I would say it makes sense, right? Because you haven't been seeing this psychoanalyst too often. So that said, we can roll 4 1D, I think it's 1D3s. Let's double check on that one in the rules. Psychoanalysis.
So it's 4 times 1d3?
No, you'll roll individually. Yeah, roll individually 1d3 4 times, and that's how many sanity points you will get back. No, that's just for the people who have decided to go to psychoanalysis.
Oh, I did. So I have to roll what?
A
now?
bunch of us did, yes.
2.
Okay.
1.
Okay.
1.
3. So we've got 7 points of sanity back to you.
So where does that go, in the left or the...
So
in the
no,
left?
it goes in your current sanity score. Your left score does not change within your sheet because that is the 1/5 score. That is the score that you don't want to dip under within one session. Otherwise, you will
so
have...
It's in the middle. It's in the middle.
It's the middle score. That's right, exactly.
I got you, Keeper.
You got it.
you.
Sweet.
It's in the middle.
So I can just roll right now, right?
Well, I'm going to go ahead and I will ask each of you actually now to I will roll for each of you in terms of. So that was for Bill. I'm going to roll for those of you who felt like it was necessary to actually undergo psychoanalysis. If you lost some sanity and want to gain some back, if you felt like you need some more, and don't go over your maximum, right? Because everything gets reduced a certain amount. Then you can roll 4 1d3s. That's correct.
I think I'd probably go as well.
For each, everybody is 4.
Everybody
maybe
rolls
you've
4.
Gone,
That's correct.
some of us have. We've all only gone 4 months then.
That's correct.
Okay.
So I can just roll right now.
Yes, you can.
Up to 4, or do I have to roll 4?
You can roll up to 4. That is correct.
10.
Perfect.
I'll roll 1 more.
Okay, very good.
All right, so 5, 6,
7.
4,
7 for Henry.
4, 7, 8 for me.
Very good, very good. Look at you.
Yeah.
Somebody's doing some work. Somebody's unraveling the inner mysteries of the mind with
You
their
only beat me by
therapist.
1, you know.
To quote The Witcher, I need to sleep.
To quote The Witcher.
Don't we all, darling? Don't we all?
Very good, very good. Excellent. Okay. So that gets you guys back some sanity. It also lets me know not to take it easy on you with this session.
Gods. Oh, gods.
Because with more sanity, or at least with the ability to gain more back, it allows me to say, okay, no punches pulled this time.
Mhm.
Oh, you pulled punches last
As
time?
though he ever did, exactly. Really.
Okay. So we're going to now switch off of Bill, and good timing too, because he just left his chair. And we're going to go ahead and switch the scene to... let's just say Bill finishes his session, leaves, and immediately goes to the bar. We'll get back to Bill in a second. Roscoe, let's go ahead and switch to you. So Roscoe, you have returned after suffering some massive injuries after last session. You, I think I said you had broken several ribs and you had a concussion. Tell us what happened.
Well, I've been in the hospital for a couple weeks, and I'll tell you, I'm glad to be up and about and breathing clean air. Well, mostly.
So you went to the hospital in Boston, nearby
Boston,
afterwards,
yes.
yeah. And you guys, all 6 of you, or I should say all 5 of you, visited Roscoe in his state, and I think gave him the moral as well as psychological strength to carry on. All of you had undergone this situation together, and the only one who really came out of it worse for wear was Roscoe. Not to say that, Henry, you didn't, but you didn't get almost crushed by a car. So,
I mean, technically, I flew some feet.
you sure did, but you didn't get crushed by a 1,000-pound automobile.
Yeah,
and come out of it.
true.
Thanks to the quick first aid and medicinal thinking of one Nathaniel Winthorp.
Amazing.
I mean, who knew that one could perform such swift and successful surgery on a human being and it being just like a dolphin, right? I mean, that's marine biologists for you. So, yeah. Anyway, Roscoe,
Saved many a
Their
squid in my
brains
day.
are
you really have.
I mean, more like a
Saved
walrus. with
many,
this
many
walrus.
an octopi in my day, man.
By the way, I found out, this is completely off topic, but I found out that the plural of octopus, not octopi.
What is it
Octopuses?
then?
It's octopuses.
Hmm.
Just so you know.
I'm sorry, what?
That's correct. Octopuses. I was on the Nature Channel and I was flipping around and it's like, all these octopuses are floating around in the school. I'm like, this guy's saying it wrong.
Nature Channel.
It was the
It's
Nature
octopi.
Channel.
It's octopi.
It's not. I mean, both
I-
work, but the actual, real way of saying
I'm
multiple
sorry.
octopus is octopuses.
Official, if you will.
Let's get that rainbow with the star.
The more you know. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Wait.
So yeah, that's octopuses. So
There we go.
Roscoe, after he finished regaining his strength, there was some period of therapy, probably physical therapy more than anything, before there could be any psychological or mental therapy that you had undergone. But when you were on the other side of it, Roscoe, and some of it had to do with your experiences in the war, I would say as well, sort of ironing some of those bumpy patches out, you went back to work. And
Worse.
yeah, I mean, work is, for many of you, your solace. Certainly for Roscoe's. The things happened that we said in our private message happened during this time. And it intrigues you, I would say. And it is only after you sort of start to really sit down and think about it that you hear that ding ding as the bell rings on your door and someone comes into your shop.
Ah, welcome to Freeman's Fineries. How can Mr. Freeman himself help you?
And you look, and there, standing in the doorframe, is a figure you haven't seen in almost a year. And it is that same sort of thin-faced, reedy man with the sort of slicked back black hair that you saw with a trench coat and no umbrella on Beacon Island.
My hand is going to slowly go under the counter.
He says, "There's no need for that."
It's just peace of mind.
Of course. How have you been faring, Mr. Freeman?
Well, a little bit like you yourself right now. The world is raining, but press on to where you need to go.
Of course.
And you end up finding yourself in the past.
The past. Interesting choice of words. How are your friends, should I call them?
They are friends.
Good.
And they are well enough as far as I know of them.
I may tip my hand a bit, but you probably know that things are not always as they seem. This
course.
place, this world, there are things lying under the surface that cannot be revealed to the public.
Indeed.
It's quite important, as you probably already know, that you and your friends keep the events that you have witnessed to yourselves. Secrecy is of the utmost importance. Do we have
I'll
an
take that as-
understanding, Mr. Freeman?
Only if these secrets mind their damn business.
Ah, they do have a particular proclivity not to, don't they? The way I see it, these secrets, as we seem to refer to them, have been popping up here, there, and everywhere over many, many years. My job has been keeping them that way for the same period of time. And I'm very good at my job. You seem to be as well.
Keeping secrets buried or uncovering them?
It depends on the secret. Uncovering the wrong secret can have a detrimental effect to your health, as you found out 4 months ago.
You do certainly keep informed.
It's not so much informed as just keeping my eyes out. Speaking of keeping my eyes out, I keep my eyes out for not just you, but for you, Mr. Willoughby, Dr. Winthorp, Professor Clade, Ms. Adler, and now someone else. Someone who seems to be in the spotlight. Ms. O'Day. The list grows. I think it's important to keep you aware of something that may happen in the next day or so that you would be remiss not to take advantage of. There is an object that I know you have had your eyes on with your contacts. This object may be very dangerous in the wrong hands. You should be careful not to let that happen. Don't you think?
I think that because of all this business that has drawn you to us, that which has buried a secret of my own, that I have very little left to lose, and I refuse to let whatever this secret may be to harm
Then we have an
these
understanding.
friends. I suppose we do.
Excellent. I'll see myself out then, Mr. Freeman. If all things go the way we both intend them to, you may not see me again for a while.
I think we both know that. That's only a pleasantry.
Have a lovely day, Mr. Freeman. And he
You as
turns on
well.
his heel, and he opens the door. You hear the ding ding as the doorbell rings. And he steps outside into the street and walks away. Not that kind of bell.
I sort of hold the counter, and my hand that was underneath just comes up, and I am looking at it as it sort of gets used to its ability to just move and make a fist, shake it off, and start thinking about who I might call.
Okay.
Let's see. There's. I know I can find him.
Okay.
I know that they will probably be together. But I know who I need.
Okay.
And I'm going to dial the number of Madame Eudora Adler.
All right. You
Nice.
give her a call. And yeah, you dial the number. Put the receiver up to your ear. The scene switches to Madame Eudora Adler's residence, and the phone rings, and a woman who is not Madame Eudora Adler walks over to the receiver, picks up, puts it next to her ear. Hello, Madam. Gosh, Adler residence.
Hello, this is Mr. Freeman. I wish to speak to Madame Adler.
I'm sorry. She's not in right now.
This is about an interested buyer in the chair, and I figured she should know.
I'm sorry. I didn't catch your name. Could you repeat it one more time?
Madeline, love, who is that?
I'm about to find out, Miss, Madam. I'm sorry. I'm really not good at this.
It's
Roscoe.
fine.
Please tell her it's Roscoe.
It's Roscoe, Madam.
Oh, well, love, why didn't you say so? Just give me that. It's fine.
You said not to
it's
be
fine,
disturbed while
darling.
you were. Okay, I'm sorry, Madam.
It's fine,
all right,
love.
all right. And she hands over the
Re-
receiver over to you.
Roscoe, darling, it's so lovely to see you. Here you are. Oh, sorry, I just walked in the door. It's been a very busy evening of reading cards, you know. Got to keep busy.
Yes, definitely need to keep busy. Excuse me, Madam.
Yes, love, you sound troubled.
It
What is
is.
it?
Usually you are the one who comes to my shop with business and pleasantries, and this time it is I who come to you with some news.
Colour me
Um,
intrigued, love. No one's bought my chair, have they?
Oh, of course not. I have made sure of it.
You know I only keep it there so I have an excuse to come see you, right?
Oh, please. Well, madam, I believe that your varied skill set will come very useful in some events that I hear will be happening soon.
Do tell. Events of what sort?
Well, in the circles that I run in, or have run in before, there has been news of an object, some interesting artifact, very expensive, illustrious, you could say.
I definitely have skills in that arena. Please continue.
Now, something like this will attract buyers of all certain kinds, all with deep pockets, and the most interesting part is I don't know what it is.
Oh, well, perhaps I can help with that. Let's see. I'm going to reach into my bag and pull out the cards.
Okay.
And I'm going to turn over 3.
This is gonna
Left
be
to
really
right.
creepy if you actually figure it out from this. I'm just letting you know. Like, this is gonna be great.
That's why I keep them on deck, my love. Well, the first was the 9 of Pentacles. A symbol of actually general solitude and well-being, though also if you notice other plants in the background about greenery and growth. That's interesting. We also see, where is it? The Lovers, but reverse. They are upside down. You'll have to excuse me, my cheek is a little weak. Quite a fortuitous to do a harmony and unity and bringing together of things. Even love, though not always. The lovers thing tends to overshadow that. And then, of course, we have the Emperor. Quite an imposing figure, isn't he? Yes, the Emperor, who I can't seem to find on my cheat sheet right now. He's number 6. Oh. Now I'm very confused. I only have the Empress.
That's not foreboding at all.
Not even the slightest.
The tarot card that does not exist. She just
Right.
you look at it again and it's
God.
gone.
number
It's
4.
black.
The
All right.
Cthulhu card.
Oh god, it really is black.
It is. It does not exist. Or I'm blind. Either one is an option. I think I'm actually gonna. No, you know what? I think I do know who this is. Fine. I'm just going to go with my own intuition. Then
Okay.
I'm going to say this fine gentleman holding a sword, but looking askance as though he doesn't trust something. I do believe that we're looking for an object.
Vanessa
It
has
was-
found, by the way, that the Emperor.
Oh,
It's,
what did she
it's
find for me,
in
love?
the Roll20 chat, actually.
Oh, I'm going to look at that right now. Thank you, darling. Yes, I want to continue the link. It's right there. Why on earth is it not on my list? Actually, that's really interesting. So that's about what I was going to say anyway. So, thank you to our dear friends Rider and Wait for making their cards very interesting, easy to interpret. What about a practice? I need a cheat sheet, and I don't know why it's not on here. But whoever made this is fired. Anyway, I was
Many
going to
readers
say.
have their own interpretation of the pictures.
I was
so
waiting
You're
for
right
it.
on target.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's what I usually do anyway. But in the interest of the game, I was trying to stay loyal in case there were some diehard Terror fans out there. Either way. But you do notice this rather foreboding-looking gentleman looking askance as though he doesn't quite trust whoever's around him. So, and the reversal of the Lovers is very interesting to me, because the reversal of the Lovers is very much a distrust, a disconnect, a frustration. So whatever we're looking for was born of well-being. Born healthily, in fact, but taken from someone, perhaps by someone he should have trusted and did not. At the end of the day, it's not terribly helpful, but at least gives us an insight into, I don't know, what sort of things do people steal from men of power? Beings of power, given our previous interactions with the world. I don't know, Roscoe, did your information give you any idea where we might find such a thing?
I'm sure I can figure out exactly, and it's mostly piqued my interest until recently when it came to my direct attention. I propose that perhaps we gather up the old gang and drop in on a little bit of a mystery. Perhaps have some mingling.
You know I love to
And-
mingle.
Maybe even run a scam or two.
Darling, you are speaking my language. Honestly, reading cards down at the speakeasy's been fun, but I could use a bit of adventure. Also feeling a bit small these days.
There's certainly going to be some deep pockets wherever we go. Wherever this might be.
I do love a deep pocket. Well, tell you what. I'll ring up Vera and dear Mr. Clade if you could find our dear old friends of law enforcement.
I was planning on taking a walk around the corner anyway.
Do give good Bill my regards, and I'll see what Vera and Henry are up to, and I'm sure Winthorp's around somewhere. He and I always seem to run into each other.
I'll check the harbor.
And at that point, the camera sort of fades from view of this particular sort of duel scene, and sort of floats out of Madame Eudora's window out onto the street. And it trails a couple of cars in the early October mist of New York, passes up and over the Lower East Side, I assume. Or where is your apartment, Ms. Eudora?
Oh, Greenwich Village, love. Eudora's part
Greenwich
of
Village.
Village.
Greenwich Village. Okay, great. Sort of goes across the lower part of Manhattan to the eastern portion of it. Sort of goes up the Bowery all the way, fast motion all the way up to Park Avenue. And the camera stops in front of a humongous building in front of on Park Avenue. It's not a residential building. It is an enormous office building. You wouldn't think that, though, by the fact that this building is. It has all of these sort of how best to put it? Just strange designs all over it, much more sort of intricate designed than the average commercial office building that we know of today, which are very sort of straight, up and down kind of buildings. This one is much more florid. It has much more sort of flowing lines about it, all etched in stone. It is an extremely ostentatious office building. And the camera goes up the side of the office building all the way to the penthouse. And we see then the penthouse is overcome with greenery, these shrubs. There is a swimming pool inside this building, probably the first of its kind, considering the era. And it goes past the swimming pool, which has, we're talking Olympic-sized swimming pool. People in white gowns are walking around. People with sort of custom-tailored suits are walking around, all with trays and finery. And the camera passes through this space, this mahogany-walled space now, into an office room. It is only an office room by name, in that it is probably akin to more of a study than anything else. There are humongous mounted heads on the walls of various animals. There are paintings, humongous framed paintings, and sitting behind a enormous desk made of oak is our friend Cornelius Vanderbilt III. And he sits across from two individuals that we know and love, Professor Henry Clade and Dr. Nathaniel Winthorp. And they have just received, or I should say, Henry has just received a letter. I am going to then have Henry, who has received this letter, I'm going to give it to you, Henry, as a handout, which you can then read for everyone's edification.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Please do also read the letterhead and where it's from.
Miss, I'm sorry, cursive. What is that? Miskatonic University?
You can certainly be more than able to correct him, Dr. Winthorp, if you choose to.
Miskatonic, Clade. We were just there. God,
You were in the next town, right? You were in the next town.
I mean,
It's
less
okay.
than 10 miles from Danvers, Clade. We talked about it. And are you
Wait, did
drunk
we-
already? It's 2.
I mean, how many drinks have I had so far? I don't know.
Cornelius looks over the
I
table
know,
and he
but
goes,
trust me, I know Bandy likes to drink. But what did you say? Go on.
Anyways, let me just read. Jeez. Okay. October 1st, 1926. Dear Henry, it has been many years since our last meeting, and I apologize for not keeping in touch. From what I understand, you've made yourself quite a good reputation over at Berkeley, and now perhaps are thinking or relocating to the East Coast to further your career. Perhaps my inclinations are incorrect, but if they are, you would do us both a service by coming to Maca,
Miskatonic.
Macatonic.
Macat.
I am saying
Henry,
it.
this is a very
Miskatonic.
Henry, this is a very important letter. I have
I'm-
a feeling there's something good at the end of this. Just please
Just-
pronounce it correctly.
Henry gets like upset and he just passes it off to Winthorp.
Oh, God damn it, fine. Our staff needs someone like you on it. There's your key phrase, Clade. Did you hear that? They want to hire you for a job.
Shut up.
And I can personally guarantee a fast track to tenure if you were to join our team. I've never gotten a position like that before, Clay. That's pretty nice. The students are eager to learn and have a beautiful campus in the heart of Massachusetts, and Arkham is rapidly growing burg in popularity and in common regard. Man, just don't go to Dan. If you were to come now, would be the perfect time to do so, as I understand you are often in the company of another academic who would like to extend an offer of service. Myself. Well, goodness me, look at that. If you are to attend, please extend a word of kindness and academic respect to that individual, and do bring him along. Although I might not be able to grant Dr. Winthorp a place on our staff, well, son of a bitch, Mrs. Honick has a great deal of academic collateral to be granted to the right individuals based on need. Great, they'll fund all the shit I want to do. That's great. For what I understand, Dr. Winthorp is often abroad on expeditions. That's very correct, which require that collateral in order to be funded. Who wrote this? I'll be frank. We're in a bit of a pickle about right now. I'm at a library to discuss it in this letter, but I think that with you two on my side, as well as anyone else to join with you with the mind power and charisma to solve a particularly worrisome problem that I and the university has found ourselves in, as well as the unerring power of discretion, as it is this peculiar problem. We could succeed without anyone losing their livelihood, or worse. Do come soon, Henry. My office will be open for you and your companion when you arrive. Kindest regards.
Oh, joy.
Bryce.
Oh,
Who
joy.
the hell is
Oh, joy.
Bryce?
Someone I might have forgotten, perhaps. Oh, jeez.
He's the dean, it sounds like. It comes from the office of the dean of the college, Clade. Who is he?
I vaguely remember. I vaguely remember. Honestly, I'm sorry, my head's not in the right place.
Here, drink this water. I throw some Alka-Seltzer and some little tonic, and drink that quick. It'll get your head right. Seriously, Clay, this man is offering you quite a position, and myself funding for research that is very, very critical. I have been working hard on this for a long time to get a break on this.
I mean, I'm honestly surprised it hasn't belonged. Didn't get written to you instead. Honestly, just gee.
Clay, are you all right?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Clint, I'm not
Let me get
fine.
you some
but I'm
crackers. Jenkins. Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Clade is feeling a little peckish. Do you have any honey roasted peanuts or some oyster crackers or something?
We do have some oysters, but not oyster crackers, sir.
No, nothing like a saltine or anything like that.
I
Something-
don't know what a
he doesn't want any
saltine is,
rich,
sir. Is that
something
something
small,
poor people eat?
A what?
Do you have a slice of bread then?
Of course, we have
Jenkins, something?
quite a
Give
lot
us
of different
Give us some
kinds
goddamn
of bread.
toast then. Give us some white toast with some butter on it. Then. Hurry up.
White
Yes,
bread,
coming
something.
right up, right away, sir. And he sort of leaves the room.
Bring me a scotch and a cigar while you're at it.
Of course,
Please.
absolutely, sir. Single malt, I assume.
I like. You know what I like.
Of course, sir. Yes.
Henry.
Says, yeah.
I kind of shake him a little bit. Come over.
yeah.
Are you sitting in a chair, Clade?
Yeah.
Okay. I come over and I kind of shake him in his chair. Henry. I
What?
hit him a little bit.
I.
What's going on
The
with you,
hell?
huh? You've been acting weird all day. Wake up. This guy's who is this Bryce character that's sending you letters about, giving you positions at university?
As I said, he's someone I have no idea.
So let's help you out here, Clade. Unless you're physically lying.
I'm really not.
Okay, it could be that you just have,
I just
some
start
amnesia.
like on airplane. I just start beating him up progressively more before he starts answering.
No, you
There's
do
a line of
know.
people behind me ready
I
to
really
go.
have no idea.
So
I honestly have no
I will
idea.
let you know that for you, Professor Clade, Bryce Fallon is albeit I would say more not so much a friend as a peer, an academic peer. One who seems to remember you a lot more than you remember him. You have vague recollections of a Bryce Fallon when you were getting your master's. He was in the same program as you. He didn't seem to be, too unintelligent. He actually seemed to be sort of a little bit of a recluse, a little bit of a guy who kept to his studies pretty well. But he wasn't the kind of person to sort of make friends easily. He was much more interested in academia than in personality, shall we say.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, I vaguely remember him. He was an academic studies guy. Went to the same college and whatnot.
Where? Berkeley?
Yeah.
And he's in Bot. Keeper, have I heard of him before?
You could make an intelligence check.
Okay. Yeah. Intelligence?
Yep.
Green or purple?
Green. Always green until I tell you otherwise.
Sorry.
That's all right. The first one.
So
I'll take the first one.
I have it on my iPad, so I'm trying
okay.
get rid of it.
All right, so the
'cause I have
first
it on
roll
my
was a
kids.
7, which is an extreme success. So yeah, you have definitely. I mean, you knew of Miskatonic before, anyway.
Well, of course.
I mean, it's well known. It's probably sort of like, it's like a little ivy, so to speak.
Well, it's Ivy Light.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, we make fun of it. It's like it's like Cornell.
Yes, you do.
They're an Ivy too.
Dean Fallon is someone who you remember hearing about in your academic journals. He seems to be very well read, very intelligent, very much in charge. There are multiple deans of the faculty. He being the dean of literature and the arts.
Looks like administration, right?
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
And he's you'd think he'd probably be in his 50s by now.
Okay, so he's a little older than I am.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Bryce, what, Fallon?
Mm-hmm. Bryce
said?
Fallon, yeah.
Bryce Fallon, Clade.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why he decides to send me a random letter now.
Well, I mean, if the man's going to pay you to teach. I mean, do you have a job right now?
I mean, the professor part is not just a title.
Wait, the professor part is not just what?
I'm Professor Henry Clade. Of course I teach.
Well, yes, but where are you teaching now?
Hang on, I gotta look at my notes.
It would be that you're sort of on sabbatical at this point.
Sabbatical?
Yep. That's sort of a vacation for professors, essentially.
Oh.
It's a research vacation.
Research
usually,
vacation.
When you leave to go to
Right. You take a sabbatical. I mean, I've been on a sabbatical since our last little encounter. I haven't done much. I went to therapy a few times.
I mean, I've been going to therapy
how has that been going for you?
It's
Agreed. My guy's a bit dry. I always find I have to be a little drunk when I go talk to him. Actually, to be honest, I find being drunk is a little better all the time now. All the things we've been through.
I mean, the scotch does help, thankfully.
Speaking of that, where's Jenkins?
Jenkins opens the door. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I was looking for crackers. I found no crackers, sir. But I did find your scotch, and he takes on this amazing china plate are 2 pieces of bread toasted to perfection, and there are little pats of butter next to them, just in case.
Thank you so much, Jenkins.
No,
Honestly,
no jam.
Bandy.
Right away, sir. And he turns and immediately leaves the room.
Marmalade for me, please, Jenkins.
Marmalade,
so
yes, sir, of course.
And
you just hear him trailing out.
Bandy underpays you.
Vanderbilt has been sitting in the chair with a pipe in his mouth the whole time. He hasn't said a word.
He has.
He's just watching you two interact between the two. He says, "So, this letter seems like this individual wants to offer you a job,
and make some money, Van.
And you some grant money.
Short pockets.
Well, I knew that Vanderbilt University would be pointless to put up there in the first place. It was a completely horseshit idea, so I'm glad I thought of not putting it up in Danvers in the first place.
Agreed, Vandy. What a great idea you had.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Just...
Well, I'm glad our business is concluded, and I thank goodness that you're safe and sound. After what I understand, there was some kind of explosion up there, and must be a gas pocket or something like that, and up near the asylum.
Nothing we couldn't handle, Vandy. You know that.
Handle? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. It's just... It was a bit hectic with all... Just... We're just thankful we're back in safe hands, and we're... Yeah.
On land, Vandy. I'm glad to be back in land. There's a lake down there. I fell in, almost drowned.
I'm sorry to hear that. You must get your sea legs again, hey, Winthorp?
That's right, Vandy. Well, I'll have to take you out on one of those old fishing trips, if you remember those.
Oh, yes. That'll be a while.
I've never been on a fishing trip.
And you probably won't be on one, Clade. Anyway, our business is concluded. Now get the fuck out of my office.
Oh. What about my toast?
I down the scotch, slam the glass on the desk, and say, "Thanks, Vandy. It's always."
I barely even touched my scotch. Wait.
Okay, now Clade, because you're not used to drinking scotch like that, go ahead and make a Constitution roll.
Oh no!
Let's see how good you are at this.
Ooh!
No. Do you want to use luck, or do you want to push it?
No.
That's really high.
Yeah, you just like grab it and it burns hardcore all the way down, Clade. Like it's bad news, and you sort of start wobbling for a second as the alcohol hits your brain. And Winthorp, you see him start to sort of teeter a little bit.
I grab him by the shirt and pull him out the door.
Okay, out you go.
Damn it, get my toast.
The toast sits there. That's the camera shot, right?
That's
Just the camera shot is just the toast. The toast sitting on the plate. And the butter
Or does
starts
Jenkins come out
to
and
slowly
looks around
melt.
like, oh.
Not
and
even,
then
no,
pans
it's just the
out
toast. It's just the toast.
Just the toast.
The camera
On the
moves
kitchen
from
table.
the toast out the window, out into New York again. This time going uptown to a bar. But this is a bar that is not, at least on its face, a bar. We know it's a bar only because it goes down into it goes down an alleyway. Right, it goes down an alleyway and it sort of shoots left and right, and it goes through like a solid steel door, and you hear beyond this solid steel door, you start to hear voices, not loud voices as it would alert the authorities, but sort of like light music, maybe 10, 15 people talking, smoke everywhere. Cars passing by in the street above. And there, sitting at the bar, is Vera O'Day. And she's sitting there. Vera, what's your drink of choice?
Slow gin.
Absolutely. African-American bartender comes up to you, says, "Hello, Miss Vera, how are you?"
Oh, just fine, thank you. How are you?
"Oh, I'm just fine. Glad to see you again."
Oh, you too.
"So, finding any work lately?"
I have been on some auditions. The feedback I've received recently has been different than what I had experienced in my first few pictures.
Mhm.
They had me as the sort of almost love interest
Oh
girl
my.
next door.
That's quite amazing. I do like your pictures, I have to say.
Oh, thank you. And now they've said there's something different about me, and there's something almost that makes them think I should go for more of the dramatic pictures.
Oh,
So it's been a change.
that's interesting. I do see it. I see the sort of, I wouldn't say anything that mars your outward appearance, but I would say that there's something deep. Maybe it's in your eyes.
Well, you are very observant as a bartender.
Well, it's what pay me to be.
May I have some more, please?
Oh, of course. And he takes out the gin. He pours you another one.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Now take it easy now, because we got other customers.
Oh, certainly. You know I'm just here for the music.
Ain't that the truth? And he looks over, and there in the corner is like a trio of music playing very quiet jazz music. Like they're trying to make it entertaining for the guests, but obviously not too loud as to alert the outside world. And then the outside steel door opens, and in walks Bill Willoughby. That's right. You're muted, Mr. Willoughby.
I went
Bill!
to speak easy.
You did indeed.
Hey there, Vera.
Oh, it's great to see you.
Great to see you as well. I just got done with my mandatory psychoanalysis session.
And I'm in the middle of mine. Won't you join me?
Of course, let's do a bit of our own therapy then.
A friend of
Let's go
yours?
over to
Ms. O'Day, a friend of yours?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
This is Mr. Willoughby.
pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Willoughby.
Pleasure to make yours, sir. What's your name?
My name is Dennis.
Nice to meet you, Dennis.
Dennis is the best bartender on this side.
You making me blush, Miss O'Day. What can I get you, Mr. Willoughby? What is your poison?
I'll take a vodka straight.
Any specific kind of vodka?
Well, what do you got?
Oh, we have all the, all that we have left. We have the Russian vodkas, which are, of course, the highest brand of vodka. And we have some American vodkas, not so good. We also have some Canadian vodkas. I would recommend you stick with the Stoloknaya.
I'll stick with the Stoloknaya.
I like the way you put it. And he just takes it off the shelf, pours you about 2 fingers. Would you like that with anything, or just as is?
A double, please.
Oh my. Pours you another 2 fingers. Hands it over.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
So Vera, how you been? I haven't seen you in some weeks, I guess.
I've been working, auditioning, corresponding with Larry a bit, but I haven't heard from him in a few weeks. And I've been coming here. I've made some great friends. Dennis. It's been a bit, Bill. How are you?
Well, Vera, I don't know exactly how well I am. Did I just switch to Texas?
That's okay. I'll allow it.
I've been fighting it too.
Because you did.
You guys don't have 50
So-
accents in your head, so
you
that's
know,
fine.
it's funny you mentioned Larry. I submitted a report to the Bureau after the whole situation that occurred with Larry, and we tried to. I tried to get that report through, and it looks like they didn't believe me. And they sent me out to some psychoanalyst, and he thinks that all the things that we saw were delusions.
Oh.
Not to get too deep with you, but it's been a hard time. I don't know if I still have a job, so to speak. They don't want to put me out there till I'm done with the psychoanalysis.
Oh,
And
Bill.
it's been a little crazy, but we did see these things, right? They're not delusions.
I saw those things. I didn't know what you were talking about before we got to Danvers, and you all were talking about things, and then I saw things. I'm not certain anymore exactly what, but Larry had been writing about it, and so it seemed real from what he was writing, and I've been having trouble sleeping from what I see in my memories and my dreams, unfortunately. But I've been trying to channel it into my auditioning, just to have some sort of positive outlet. And I would be fully prepared to write a letter for you, Bill, if that would help. I mean, I certainly think you're wonderful at your job.
I don't think a letter would be useful, Vera. It's just strange. The having to explain how a guy exploded on train tracks, disappearing bodies, exploding concrete. It's all in the report. They don't believe it. I mean, the guy just jumped. I guess they believe the guy jumped in front of the train. It's a mess. But at the end of the day, I channel it all into my vodka. I'm glad you're channeling it into positive pursuits. Let's see what comes of this this new situation with the psychoanalysis. It's actually working out pretty well. It's relaxing. I can tell the guy anything I want. He lets me drink in the office. I can smoke in the office. and he apparently can't tell anybody anything else because of this patient confidentiality thing. I don't know. It seems it's been nice to have someone to talk to about these types of things, even though he doesn't seem to believe me about certain things. It's still nice to get them off my chest. You know what I mean, Vera?
Yeah, I can imagine. The only person I've really spoken to is Madame Adler, and it would be nice to speak to somebody else. I'm glad to run into you, Bill.
It's been lovely, Vera. If you don't mind, I'll sit here with you and we can chat some more.
Not at all! And this is a fantastic band. Don't you love this song?
Yeah, it's very jazzy.
So the two of you spend, I would say, a good portion of the day drinking, catching up on old times, and for some reason, just the ability of two people to speak about these kinds of things and have personal connections to one another. It makes you feel something that it's very difficult to describe. It's something you miss quite dearly, to have that kind of connection. So we'll leave that particular place, and we'll move to, I would say, probably a little bit later in the day. Let's talk about this really quickly. Madame Adler and Roscoe, after your phone call ended, what did you guys decide to do?
Well, first thing I did was try to ring up Vera, but unfortunately she was not at home.
Nope, she was not.
So, you know, being remiss of anything else to do with my afternoon, I think I probably went scouting about to see if I could find her at one of our usual meeting places.
Okay. And Roscoe, how about yourself?
As I hang up the phone, right after saying I'll check the harbor, I realized that the good doctor is probably out somewhere on the vast ocean.
Okay.
Probably not within New York. At least if he would be, that would be so fortuitous. But I instead think to the one other who would share an expedition with him, and also who would probably be around the corner. And I've, of course, been noticing that he frequents the same places, and I head towards the bar.
Okay, very good. You walk down the street to this speakeasy, which, of all people, Miss O'Day sort of introduced you to, maybe upon your return to New York, I would say. Sort of a welcome home present in a way. And you walk down the alleyway to this bar. It's not really obviously a bar because it is, being a speakeasy, hidden as all things in that time frame were. You see a couple people walking down the alley in your direction. Large individuals, sort of large gentlemen with hats and trench coats, and they sort of give you a strange eye as you walk in their direction, and then pass by them, and they sort of look behind them as they keep walking. But you do find the steel door to the bar.
All right. I do the customary entry as necessary.
Okay. You knock on the door. The guy behind the bar, sort of, he opens the thing. What's the password?
Jeez. 2 fingers.
Okay. Just 2 fingers. Okay. Love it. Beautiful. Okay. And yeah, he's like, okay, that'll do. And he just slides the thing, opens the door, and you hear sort of the sounds of music being played down somewhere, down a set of stairs. As the steel door opens, this large, hulking gentleman with a sort of a full beard sort of nods at you as you pass by.
It's going out well.
Okay. You go down the steps and you see, fortuitously enough, 2 individuals laughing and sharing a drink, and it is Vera O'Day and Bill Willoughby.
Well, Just the people I wanted to see.
I would say by this time, they're probably drunk. Just saying. You guys can
does
argue
feel
with me
small.
if you decide to, but I think, yeah.
Oh, look who it is! It's Freeman.
Hello, Roscoe.
Hello, hello.
Unless, of course, I'm imagining that too. Freeman, is that you?
It is me.
All right.
Just don't, still healing up here.
That's good. That's good. We'll
Oh,
make sure
do
not
sit
to-
down.
The
Thank you,
bartender,
thank you.
Dennis, sort of wipes down the bar near the space that you are about to sit down near Mr. Freeman. He says, hello there. Nice to meet you as
Hello,
well.
Dennis.
I assume that you're acquainted with these two individuals.
That I am.
Good to see you again. And what can I get you, Mr. Freeman?
Forrester.
Oh,
one ice cube.
of course. How could I forget? Turns around, takes a glass off the shelf, fills it with your drink, and hands it on over. Now, you
Thank
might
you.
want to keep an eye on these two. They're quite humorous in their current condition, but I would say I'd have to cut them off relatively soon.
I hear you. I'll keep an eye on them.
Good man.
Hey, Dennis. Dennis.
Yes, Mr. Willoughby.
Another double of vodka.
Oh, I'm going to have to bring it down to single for you, at least this time. Give you a little time to cool off.
Come on, just one more double, and I'll chill it for the next hour.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Willoughby.
2 hours.
I'll tell you what. I will give you a double if you can. And he takes out from behind the bar. He takes out a baseball. He puts it on top of the bar. And he says, "If you can catch this baseball from across the bar, I will fill you with your double."
Let's do this. And I like that. I like this challenge. It's a physical challenge. I'm a physical
Fantastic.
man.
Now I do
Let's do
warn
these
you.
things.
I do warn you. You know of my background.
Yes.
There's a reason why they wouldn't let me into the Yankees, obviously. But I could throw a ball faster than any Babe Ruth could ever swing it.
I'll catch it.
I
Ooh,
really,
let's see.
I really sincerely hope so. And the bar sort of settles down a little bit as they realize what's happening, and like people are very quiet. And then he sort of winds up. He's like, "All right, Mr. Willoughby, you asked for it." And he tosses it across the bar and make a dex check.
Dex check it is. Purple, right?
Green.
Green.
Yeah.
Oh.
I would like to push it.
Okay, go ahead.
That was a
Oh
crit
my
fail.
God.
So, as the ball's coming,
Yes, please tell me how you
I'm
push
using
the ball.
I'm using my right
Catch.
hand, and I'm noticing that the ball is actually coming from a different angle.
Yep.
So I use my other hand to
Okay.
try and grab the ball.
Okay, go ahead and push it. Oh no. So Dennis warned you. Oh man. Okay, so the
Oh,
ball
no.
strikes your hand, and you try to catch it with both hands at the same time, but the ball comes with such velocity and such force that you just feel your hand get hit by this ball, and you just feel like the inside of your hand just go soft for a second, and you know that you've sprained your hand. Like your right hand, which is your gun hand, you've sprained it. So, for the next, I would say the next day, you will make attack rolls with a penalty die with your gun.
Oh,
or with anything
good
with
Lord,
your right
I wandered
hand.
away at the wrong time.
Okay.
Like a fist.
Except that was my left hand that I caught it.
You attempted to catch it with your left hand, but you switched to your right hand.
No, I went from my right hand
Okay.
to my left hand.
Okay. I will say for right now, since you pushed the roll, that you did your best to pop that left hand in the way, but your right hand got in the way.
Yeah.
That's the reason why.
Okay, that's fine.
I like the
All right,
push.
so
though.
a single shot.
So Dennis
the
is
single
as he's
shot
as
is
he
fine.
as the whole bar just goes ooh as they see you hold your hand and go and the ball just drops to the ground. Dennis just sort of walks over around the bar, picks up the baseball, sort of dusts it off, and says, "I'm sorry, Mr. Willoughby, but I think I think I'm gonna have to stop you right now.
Okay.
I hope I didn't hurt you too much.
I sprained my right hand.
Oh, that's gonna sting.
It's all right.
A couple days, put some ice on it. In fact, hold on for 1 second. He goes back behind the bar with the baseball, takes a big thing of ice, wraps it in a towel, gives it to you.
All right. Yeah, I put it on my hand.
All right. Mr. Freeman, Ms. O'Day, would you like to settle up?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
That was very impressive.
Oh,
You have a
12.
great arm.
Good throw.
You should have seen me back in my youth.
Let's pay the tab.
Of course, of course. That will be between the... I mean, would you like individual checks or...
Oh, I can take care of this,
Oh,
Dennis.
very good, very good. That will be $1.50.
Wonderful, thank you. And here's for you.
Oh, very kind.
And thank you for your wonderful hospitality and for the great laugh with my friend Bill here.
I mean, we all have to keep our hopes high in today's world.
All right, Bill, you're going to be all right?
I think I'll be fine, Mrs. O'Day. I just gotta ice my hand.
You can keep the towel, Mr. Willoughby.
Thanks.
Uh,
See you around, Dennis. I'll catch it next time.
I'm sure you will, Mr. Willoughby. A pleasure to see you again, Mr. Freeman and Ms. O'Day.
As always.
And
Cheers, Dennis.
cheers to you. And please, obviously, close the door tightly on the way out. And you guys cross the bar. Willoughby sort of wobbling just for a second or two, and between Ms. O'Day and Roscoe, who has had a couple drinks, but obviously not too much, you leave the bar. Eudora, you have had some success in sort of tracking down who you think might be able to, because I think you had said that you wanted to use your skills of some sort to track them down. I forgot. I do apologize. Oh, she's on mute. Try that one more time. Sorry.
Sorry. I said that I was actually just going to look for Vera in places that I would know that we go.
Okay. Places.
Some of her usual haunts. I just sort of went on a look at, went on a stroll to see if I could find her.
One of them would probably be her agent's office that she often would go to. Obviously, the bar, her home, restaurants that she frequents, that kind of thing. I would say that perhaps on your way downtown, on what they now call the subway, what they then called the Metro Transit, you spot a familiar couple of faces. You see Dr. Winthorp and Professor Clade, who have just come from their meeting with Cornelius Vanderbilt.
Oh, well, I spot them from across the cars they board. I said, well, gentlemen, fancy meeting you here. We do always seem to meet on trains, don't we?
How's that,
Madam
Doc?
Eudora, good to see you.
Oh,
Hello.
hey. Hey, how you doing?
Is he quite all right?
He looks a little green in the gills, but he's okay.
Oh,
He's been a little off today.
Oh,
I am not off of anything.
darling, come here. Take my seat. I'm perfectly good
You
to
get
stand.
crackers? I've been
I
looking
am
for
not-
crackers for hours.
Crackers?
We left some
No.
toasted vegetables.
Yeah, you pulled me up before I
Oh.
got my toast, damn you.
Are you up with Vandy? Exactly how is the university going? Well, I hope.
I just
I
kind of
mean-
look over at Clade like, what are you going
Apparently-
to tell her?
Apparently, some old acquaintance of mine that I completely forgot wants me to go down to Miskatonic University. That's over in
Oh.
Yeah, funny enough, it's back over at Massachusetts.
Everything's
Not
Massachusetts.
way
But yes,
to-
no, I've heard of Miskatonic. Who is this friend of yours?
I think it goes by the name of, if I remember, Bryce. Bryce.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bryce.
Fallon.
Fallon. Bryce.
Mr.
Fallon.
Keeper, bearing in mind my background, would I know who this man is?
You could make an intelligence check.
All right then.
Probably not with any bonus at this point.
I have an
Fine.
excuse.
Okay.
Success.
So
Oh,
yes,
hey.
you do know that he is the dean. Relatively well known. You probably don't know as much as, say, Winthorp does in terms of what he does for the for the university, but you know that he has been successful in doing his job.
But I would know. I'd know his department. Yes.
Oh yeah. I would say so. Yeah.
Oh yes, of course, Department of Literature at Miskatonic. I know I spoke to some of the underlings when I was working on my degree, but oh, darling, that's lovely news.
I guess, but why does it have to be? Why does it have to be Massachusetts? Like of all
Oh,
places.
Darling, I mean, I know it's a tiny state, but it can't all be crazy, can it? There has to be some parts that are normal.
And
Are
it's
you
beautiful in the fall.
Are you certain?
Well, think of what this would mean for your mother and brother to have such a good job and be so much more better able to take care of them.
I mean,
This is true, Clade.
it's such a long distance.
It's
I mean-
not that far. It's like, what, 4 hours by train? That's not terribly terrible, is it?
Yeah, I guess, but then like, it'd be such a pain to be able to see every one of you guys. You know?
How often do you see us, love? It's been months.
I mean,
Not that I
if
don't love you, but I can call you on the phone in whatever state you're in.
That would be very nice, but we need to see each other more often, because at this rate,
Funny that you should mention that, and I do hate to bring this up while you've been drinking, but I had the most interesting call from Roscoe earlier today.
Really?
Yes.
How is Roscoe feeling, that old guy?
Remarkably well. He seems to be healing up quite nicely. I haven't seen him in a few weeks, but almost
Good.
rosy in the cheek, looking very well.
well, that's-
Excellent. Good.
But
I'm glad.
he mentioned something to me about a bit of a mystery. That
Excuse me.
I know, love, I know, but it did seem to be the sort of thing that, we're all really quite good at, and we thought it might be fun to get the band back together, as they say, and maybe
I'm sorry, fun?
take a little stab at. Oh, come on, darling, it's at least a little.
Hopefully, nobody gets stabbed this time, Eudora.
I got hit in the face with a newspaper last time. I don't know what you're
I
talking
got-
about, but the point is,
I got
Clade
punched
got hit in the face with some like a fist or something.
That was a punch, yes.
yes, I know, poor
It was
Henry,
like,
but
I
you
lit-
can't even tell. Your face is healed up beautifully, and maybe we'll just keep you out of the line of fire this time. Use
By
that
all
brain
means.
of yours instead of your.
And always tuck and
Minimal
roll,
bra.
Clade. Tuck and roll.
I'm not the sporty kind, you know?
I know, that's why I just said we'll use your brain instead of, well, what brawn you have. I'm just putting it out there that you are an invaluable member of our little venture. It's been quite useful.
Oh, you're not getting out of
When you're
going, Clade.
conscious.
You're coming. I'm going. You're coming too.
Also that, love, you can't say no to me.
I really can't.
Especially because you're drunk, so let's just go.
Uh,
Come back
I put
Come
out
back
my
to
arm like
mine, and
this
I'll
for
feed you
Eudora
up
to
well, and we'll
take
call
it.
Roscoe. It'll all be fine.
I'm just getting dragged along at this point.
Shall we, loves? I mean, even though I'm tiny, Henry's tinier than me. I'm going to heft him off the
What?
seat and haul him off.
I had to be born tiny.
Good old Westforth. We're going to get off the train, make our way to my home, get some food to feed him up nicely.
I've been looking for. If we can find some toast, he has a real big hankering for that. We left it at Vandy's.
My goddamn toast and jam.
I know. No jam for you. You're in a jam there, Clay. Don't worry.
What's wrong with jam? It's the strawberry cane that's the best.
So as
Darling,
we're
there's
the metro,
plenty
is there
of
like a
jam
cart
at
for
mine. Let's
anybody
go.
upstairs, Matt? Is there like a pretzel guy or something?
Sure.
Like a
Why
hot
not?
dog
You
guy?
come out of the metro station, and there are I don't think there were hot dog guys back in the 20s, at least not the way. But I think there were popcorn maybe not pretzels, but I think they sold popcorn,
Yeah, like
peanuts, definitely
Well, it depends
lots
on
of different
how late.
nuts.
How late in the day is it right now? Because
Probably in the
there'd be plenty of
afternoon.
food.
I would say the afternoon, like 3 or 4
Oh!
p.m.
There would be street carts everywhere.
Yeah, I know they
Fine.
sold. Surprisingly, they sold a lot of oysters in the beginning of the
Oysters?
century.
Oysters,
New
Yeah,
York
the
was
Hudson Bay,
mushrooms,
yeah.
Yeah. they were-
mushrooms on strings.
You
We're
know,
not quite in the right neighborhood for knishes,
No,
but there might be one or two lurking
I
about.
mean, I could really go for some oysters.
Great. Aphrodisiac. Let's have a few.
I'm like, Henry, I never would have thought of you. I'm game if you are.
I mean, what's wrong with
I
what's wrong with that?
walk up.
Oh,
kinda,
I didn't mean it like that. I'm a
Wait,
widow.
hang on. What month is it right now?
October.
Good. It's an R. We're good. Okay. So my friend from Louisiana once told me. Side note, real quick. Never eat oysters with a month that doesn't have an R in it. The water's too warm otherwise.
Noted.
Oh, God.
Also, fun note: oysters used to be the poor man's food until oysters, Rockefeller were invented.
And
Theoretically, downtown Delmonico's, we're right in the changing point right now, where they haven't quite reached the heights of being fancy food, but they're getting a little bit expensive.
a
Cool.
little bit.
So yeah,
It's kind of
there is an abundance of food options for you, I should say.
Great. So I find the cleanest oyster cart, and I ask. I say, vendor, can I get your? Can I get what 2 each? What do you want?
That ought
Sorry,
to tide him
yeah.
until we get home, and then Madeline will whip up something lovely.
Great.
Fine.
Sir, can I just get a dozen of your best Long Island oysters?
Of course, no problem at all. He goes and
What
scoops out a
store
big
do you
old
have?
like piece of paper, and shoves a whole bunch of oysters in, hands them over to you. That'll be 75 cents.
I flip him a buck, or I flip him a buck, and
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Enjoy your day.
Yeah, you too, sir.
Loves, my only request is that we avoid the park on the way home. It's a little bit too noisy for my tastes, if you catch my drift.
Sure, of course.
It's the ghosts, love. I don't want to listen to them today. Let's just skirt around if it's all the same to you.
Of course.
Ghosts?
Oh, he is drunk, isn't he? Let's just get him home.
Okay. You guys walk hand in hand to the residence. I would say, Roscoe, you probably on your way to where you're going, bringing Bill and Vera with you. Wait a little bit before enjoining them with your information, I would say. Maybe because they're not necessarily sober enough for them to understand it, or perhaps you want to regale them with that right now. It's up to you.
So my plan is to bring them back to my shop.
Okay.
With the sign to close.
Of course.
Pull down the shutters.
Yep.
And while they are on the sobering up couch,
No one better sit in my chair.
the chair has its own thing around it.
It's like a fence around
Velvet
it.
rope.
It says
Its own velvet rope.
for use by Madame Adler, no one touch. Yes, absolutely.
A little
Reserved. It just says
Reserved.
reserved.
Fantastic. Yeah. So they're on your couch.
And in the other room, I go to my phone and I have a small book. I flip through it and I dial one of those contacts.
Okay. Which any particular brand of contact, or what do you any we can make up a name for the guy, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. A fellow named Avery who I served with and had kept in touch with because Avery liked to get his hands on things and somehow get a little bit extra of the rations and ammunition.
Sure. So you call him
Somehow
up.
he found a grenade in his soup.
What the fuck? Okay, cool. Fantastic. You give Avery a call. Avery picks up the phone. Let's give him a personality. How about a little bit sort of a little laid back, right? I mean, if he
Sure.
yeah, I mean, he's been through the war. So picks up the phone. Hello.
Avery.
Oh, Roscoe, is that you?
It's me. How have you been, buddy?
I've just been peachy keen. You know, working what I work. Doing my stuff.
Ears to the ground?
I always try to keep at least one ear to the ground, because if I keep both ears to the ground, then, well, I'm in it, aren't I?
You got a point there. I'm interested in digging a little deeper. So, you know, anything about what front's coming in?
I mean, just the usual stuff. Goods from China, Southeast Asia. I heard that Siam has got some pretty nice statues coming in. I hear some good stuff about that in terms of its value. Sure, in America, gold's doing well, from what I understand. A couple of other things.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Not the bullets and the bomb. I want the thunder.
Oh, I see. You're talking like that. Well, from what I understand, a couple of pieces have come onto the market, from what my sources tell me. Although how they got on the market in the first place, I don't really care to know about very much. I know that there is some strange box. Seems to contain ashes of some unknown Confederate general from the Civil War. Seems to have some value down in the South. Don't want to talk about that too much around these parts, but there's that. Cataloging the whereabouts of that, I don't really have very much information on that at the time. I also know that there are several estates are missing a couple of pieces of their goods. One, a chandelier, seems to have completely disappeared from the house that it's been in. Seems to be cursed for some reason or another, as it has fallen on several of the family members during the last hundreds of years, even after they've replaced it over and over again. Seems to keep falling on them. Where that has gone to is an unknown quantity at this point. There also seems to be a book of some kind. Don't really have a lot of information on it. Probably from the early colonial era. Seems to be some kind of a diary, I think, or maybe personal papers. That seems to be getting quite a lot of press. One-of-a-kind item kind of deal. Yeah, that's what I got.
Anything strange or very unusual?
I would
Anything
say
about
all
this
three
book?
of those things are strange and or unusual. Wouldn't you say?
That's true. Tell me more about this book. You have any whereabouts of where it might
I hear it's somewhere on the East Coast, probably New England somewhere. That's all I really know. Owner keeps it very hush-hush.
be? Come on.
What do you mean?
Really hush hush?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if I knew more about it, I'd probably acquire it myself.
Not with that leg of yours.
You always go after my leg. It's low blow, but that's...
Wasn't. Hey, not me first.
Hey, we all have our problems in life.
Well, Avery, thanks for telling me what you know.
Hey,
and,
listen, don't be a stranger. Give me a call. Maybe we can work something out. A partnership of some kind, right?
Maybe.
You said that the last time.
I'm going to hang it up.
And then he hangs up the phone. Click. I think probably by the end of your phone call, Bill and Vera have sobered up enough.
I come out holding a vase and I say, "Oh, I see that I have no need for this."
I got that.
And, well, now that that you're firmly on the couch. I have some things to discuss with the two of you. Miss O'Day and Bill, how would you like to get into some interesting waters again? Now, Miss O'Day, I will be perfectly honest, I am not too sure about your interests here, but I think Bill in particular will be at least interested in doing something different. Perhaps maybe even continue to uncover things that have happened. Mr. Day, you weren't around in the beginning of when all of us had met, but Bill, do you remember that one person at the end when we left the lighthouse?
Gentleman in the trench coat.
Exactly.
No umbrella.
Had no care for the rain.
Right, what about him?
He came to me and said something about some artifact. And said it would be very bad if it fell into the wrong hands. Now, twice before, we've seen what happened when it did fall into the wrong hands. Whether it be a coin or a disc of stone, as it looked to Miss O'Day. Maybe this time we can actually do something about it before it happens.
Well, you know, the thing is, Roscoe, right now I got a psychoanalyst trying to convince me that everything that I've seen is not real. And the report that I submitted to the Bureau regarding the happenings of last time, which is the disc that you mentioned, has been neatly filed away and tucked under some rug. So, I don't know. On top of that, I don't have the same pull that I had before. You see, the Bureau's got me seeing a psychoanalyst because they think I'm crazy. So, are we talking about going on another expedition to fight things or see things that the psychoanalyst is telling me I don't see?
I'm afraid yes. But at best, it's just individuals who we're just dealing with people at best. At worst,
we're dealing with monsters that rise up out of lakes and devour people. I don't know what the...
I just sigh, reach into my pocket. If it's really concerning you, take a couple of these before you sleep.
What are these?
You see a worn bottle, a glass bottle, that has a label on it that says, I think it's benzodiazepine or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They're barbiturates.
Yeah, that'd probably be good for the sprained
Hand?
The sprained wrist. Yeah, I'll take. You know what, Roscoe? Give me one of those now. I'll go pass out on the couch. You discuss this with O'Day, and then tomorrow will be a new day.
That it will be. I've spoke to Madame Adler about this, by the way, and she seems rather interested as well. So,
you don't mind if I crash out on your couch?
It's practically yours at this point.
So I pop the 2 barbiturates and I go crash over on the couch.
Okay.
Now, Miss O'Day, I don't think we've spoken much since we got back.
A couple of times. I'm glad you're out of the hospital.
I am too. And I hope that you've been in good health in this time.
I've been trying to go back to life before, and I'm not entirely certain what happened. And so you're saying that you think that what happened at Danvers was related to what happened to you before, and that's what's happening again?
I don't know if any of this is connected in event. The only way it is connected is in bad people getting involved and their hands on powerful things that they don't understand. They think that is simply something that will grant them whatever they think it might, but it's not. Part of my job is to look at the value of something beyond what it looks like, where it came from, and see what it may be. And you never can quite get to the bottom of it. I hope to protect people from that.
I think that's the right thing to do. Because what we saw last time, if that monster had gotten out into the world, that would have been everyone.
That's right. And we're not alone in this either. There's Madame Eudora, the professor, the doctor. Look over at Bill, who's passed out, probably.
It takes very little time for these things to take effect.
And even the old Larry. People who notice something is different, something is off, something is strange. And those things that go bump in the night. We can stop the people who are trying to take advantage of that. Or it could just simply be a shiny new toy that no one knows where it came from, but everyone seems to want. I'd rather not take that chance. How do you feel, Miss O'Day?
I think I would like to talk to Madame Adler. Did you say she was on her way here?
I believe she was looking for the professor and the doctor.
Ding, 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 ding. The door to your shop opens, and in walks, I think probably Madame Adler would probably come first.
Ladies first.
Yeah, ladies first. Winthorp, you're holding the door. Clade, you're holding up yourself.
I grab him by the back of the neck. And
I
let
mean,
the
he's
door
not.
go
He
first.
hasn't been drugged for like 2 hours straight from a single, shot of scotch. I just think that like maybe he's.
Something's going on with him though.
Yeah, he's not feeling well. Maybe he ate too many oysters. Maybe it's just
We
his
haven't eaten those
overall
yet, have we?
constitution.
Wait. We started eating them on the way? I thought you needed.
Sarah, you're muted.
I said I did spring some news on him that left him a bit unsettled.
That could have done it.
Seeing that, I panically go and try to brace the professor from knocking over anything.
Okay, yeah.
And I casually hold an empty vase underneath him.
Oh, jeez.
Well, darlings, look who I've found.
Ah, just in time, Madame Eudora.
Oh,
Yes?
Eudora, so great to see you.
Darling, I was looking everywhere for you when I came across these two. It seems as though the universe is bending its will to get us all together again.
It has been a very strange day.
It has. And in fact, young Roscoe, it has come to my attention. I've had a little time to ruminate on the cards, shall we say, as I was looking for our lovely young Vera, who it seems you found yourself. And it seems to me that whatever we're looking for is an object that was best left in solitude and is now causing its absence is now causing great frustration to one who wishes to yield that absolute unrelenting power we discussed. That distrustful man looking off to the side. I do not know how helpful that is, but it's a bit clearer than it all was at the beginning, and I wanted to make sure I got that out before it all left my head. You know how the cards are, darling.
So what exactly is this thing, anyways? Just also, hello, Roscoe. It's been a while.
Professor, you finally made it down to my shop.
Yes, it has been quite some time. At least I'm glad you are doing far better than I am right now. But yeah.
Oh, honestly, Henry, you are the lightest of weights, and I mean that both literally and figuratively.
I mean,
Come, sit down, love.
Okay.
I offer seats around.
Roscoe, do you have any toast?
I have saltines.
Perfect.
I take up my seat in my usual chair and immediately feel wonderful about everything.
Clade, eat these and make you feel better.
Salty, crunchy, delicious.
But now you want water.
Yeah. Yeah. Now.
Well, good thing I have this. I bring out the other vase.
Ah. Thank you, Roscoe, as always. It's a pleasure to see you.
Right, so
Dr. Winthorp?
The shop is looking well.
A little bit dusty, but as always, it will be.
As always.
So what kind of shenanigans are we... Wow, what kind of word is that? So
Shenanigans? He's really far gone.
For real. He's speaking in tongues.
Shenanigans, Clade.
Well, honestly, now that we're all together, Roscoe, I realize that in my excitement at having, well, something interesting to do, it never occurred to me to ask to you, how did you find out about this, whatever it is we're looking for?
I go over to the door and I check the lock that I locked it.
Okay.
Look out in between the blinds to see if there's anyone.
Yeah. You look out. The sun is starting to slowly sink through the buildings in lower, or I should say, sort of midtown Manhattan.
Well, it's how I always tend to find out about things. I had a customer. This customer is a mutual friend to all of us, save for Miss O'Day.
Oh. I didn't realize we had any other friends in common.
And also a particular artist from Europe, I believe. The one who said that the one who is towering and cares not for the rain, going to have an umbrella.
Friend isn't exactly the word I'd use for that, but I reach into the voluminous folds of my fur coat and pull out a flask and take a very deep drink.
As she's drinking, I just go, so that son of a bitch.
Oh, the one and only.
He's still around?
I don't think he ever leaves anywhere. I feel like he's always in the periphery somehow or another. But besides the things that I'm clearly just seeing, I also take a nip from a flask.
It's a party.
So he's a bit of a stalker then.
Yes, I suppose, but he also is well informed. He came in and he spoke of something, an artifact that I also happen to hear about, but I don't know what it is. As I just mentioned to Madame Eudora, I'm offering the event of a mystery, perhaps some mingling, maybe a scam or two. and perhaps keeping secrets out of the hands of those who are not to be trusted with them.
Like our mysterious wants to be omnipotent ruler. According to the cards.
Exactly, whatever this artifact might be.
Mm.
Now, we've seen twice before what happens when bad or unknowing people get their hands on things beyond their scope of imagination. Sometimes they doom an entire lighthouse, other times they nearly doom an entire everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this time we can get in between them before then.
Clade and Winthorp, do you relate the letter to everyone who doesn't know about it?
It's not really my letter to.
True. I guess it would be Clade's decision, yeah.
I mean, I'm getting the money. I'm there for the funding, man.
Sure.
That's what I'm there for.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. So, yeah.
I just gotta start hitting Clade with my hand,
Ow! Ow! Fuck!
poking him. Like,
Gentlemen, is there
I'm
anything
looking
you'd
at him
like
like,
to relate?
What the hell? Where's
Please
your
tell
the
me.
elbows in his- Please
Yeah,
go
oh,
tell
well,
him.
are you gonna tell
I'm
him,
gonna-
Clade?
Yes, I'm telling him right now. Fuck.
Well, gentlemen,
Uh,
He's got big
Yeah.
nose. Go on.
I'm trying, but you're being a jerk about it. Me?
wait, is this about Miskatonic?
No, wait. Yes.
That thing you
Yeah.
were telling me on the train on the way here?
Yes, exactly. Exactly what it is, yes.
Oh, you may have left some details out, my friend. Would you like to continue?
Not really.
Henry.
Oh.
Henry. Out with it, darling. Come on.
Like, as I said, I don't know much about Bryce other than the fact that we used to go to college together. He's fuck my brain. Anyways, so I'm being offered a job over at Miskatonic University over at Massachusetts Arclight, and just
What kind of job, Clade?
Would you like to just show us the letter,
I'm
darling?
showing the letter.
Fantastic.
Just-
Clade passes around the
Let's
letter.
just
One
say
by
it's-
one, you all read it.
That's lovely tenure track, see?
Ah,
And funding for
ten-
me.
All excellent things.
Oh, congratulations.
Indeed,
Henry got the
congratulations.
big one.
Just not
Absolutely,
really
congratulations to you both, but he does mention a bit of a pickle.
I'm just not really sure if I'm a fan of the place at this point.
Well, like I said, darling, not necessarily everything in Massachusetts is bad, just apparently most of it from what we've seen. But, you know, there could be
One of
good
them-
parts.
One of them left an explosion.
Yes, but thankfully we weren't in it. Now, I don't know. He's asking for mind power and charisma. Actually, to be perfectly honest, that's a little bit suspicious. It's almost like he knows who we are. But
Yeah. Like, again, I haven't contacted this guy in ages. I pretty much forgot about him.
Have you called? Well, we should probably call him. See, well, what time is
I'll
it?
try.
It's probably 6-ish, 7:30 almost.
Just after dinner. It's not a bad time to see him. Ring him up, Clade. See what he says.
You can use my phone.
All I'm going to say, darlings, is that my life is. Since poor Charles passed away, my life has been far more interesting when you folk are around than when anyone else is.
Yeah,
So,
But like I said, I barely
Hear,
remember.
hear to that. And I take a little flask out. of my
Hmm.
phone.
You want me to call this guy who I have not had contact with in some time?
you've had contact. He wrote you a letter, right?
Yeah,
Call him
yeah,
back.
just
He
because
wants
he
you to
knows.
be a professor at his university and a dean with a
Yeah, just-
tenure track. Why wouldn't
but
you
just-
call him?
Well, just because he knows me doesn't mean I know him as well.
And
Henry.
know him.
Clade,
I mean, at some point I
Clade,
did, but
my dear friend,
Oh,
you went
gracious.
to college with the old boy, did you not?
well,
You went to college with him.
yes, but then
You graduated the same year. Did you walk together?
Should I be making some kind of check?
I would say you could
Yeah,
just
of course.
you don't unless you want to. You can make this up as much as you want, Clay. This is your story.
Like I said, the details are vague. Like he's just kind of.
I'm
He
going to
was just-
go sit down next to Henry and put my hand on his hand. Say, Henry, my darling, I know that you're not the most social creature. However, clearly you left enough of an impression on this gentleman. Or it's all a nefarious plot, and honestly, it's about 50-50 either way in my mind. However, he wrote you a letter, and that gives you a right to speak to him.
Yay me!
I do find it curious. He says you and your companion.
Oh, it's
Plural.
deeply suspicious, darling. It's very suspicious, but much like our letter from Mr. Larry.
I mean, fine.
If there's something to be done here and we can do it, then quite frankly, I think we should.
I'll bring my sewing kit.
Wait, what? Why?
Young Henry, I told you we'd keep you out of the line of fire this
Winthorp,
time.
you just like
I also shoot Winthorp a
I just
filthy
put-
look.
I take my glasses off. I start doing this.
Henry,
Anyways,
make the phone call.
I'm
And Roscoe,
fine.
I don't suppose you have a second line that I could listen to, do you?
you do not. You only have one line.
I
Of
only
course
have
you
one
do.
line.
It's the 1920s, but a girl has to dream, right? Fine.
Matt, can you check your messages real quick?
Sure.
Do I even like know? What? Is there like some kind of telephone book number thing I could?
An operator, darling. You'd call the
An
operator. Yes.
Pick up the receiver and say and start talking to the person on the other end.
I'm gonna start doing that. Yeah. As soon as I can.
Matt,
Okay. Sorry. Give me 1 second.
no worries.
I got distracted by messages. Sorry. Go ahead, Henry.
I believe it.
Henry's doing.
He's
some-
dialing. He's dialing. Okay, cool. So, you hear, you dial the number for the operator to.
There's no number, Matt. You just pick it up. There's
Oh.
no number.
There's no
You
number
just
for
pick
the
it up,
operator
don't you?
now in the 20s.
No, she's just there. Not in the 20s.
She's
no.
just
No.
there. You go tap tap tap, and the
There's
operator
somebody
picks
else
up.
doing everything.
Fantastic.
Sorry, I do this for a living, darlings.
Hello.
I believe you. I will take your advice. Operator connects you to Miskatonic University, to the individual who you nominate, Bryce Fallon, the dean of literature and the arts. Now, I have a question. Do you call? Is there like a main line that you would probably call in those days? They didn't have like a switchboard for the university.
The university would have their own switchboard
Yeah,
inside.
so you call the Miskatonic main university switchboard, and eventually they switch you over. It's late at night, though, so chances are it rings maybe 3 or 4 times, and then it just keeps ringing because they don't have any kind of
There's
drop.
no answering service.
Right, there's no answering service, so it just rings and rings and rings.
Well, I'm starting to believe this was a waste of time.
Well, it is late at night. Can you leave your name with the operator?
Like, I guess so. If it continues to ring along like this.
We'll have to call back and get her, darling.
Oh,
Henry,
God.
how much have you had to drink?
Scotch.
How many?
1.
Yeah.
Oh my.
That's about right.
I made
That's
him
what-
drink it fast. I'm sorry.
That's what
I
it pat
forget-
his tiny-
I
I
forget
pat
how
his
good
tiny
you
This is
little
what
like it.
happens when you don't give me. And this is what happens when you don't let me have my toast with jam.
This is right. You
At this
definitely-
point, I take the phone out of Henry's hands. I get the operator. I call back to Miskatonic. I get the operator.
Okay.
I say, hello, I'm calling on behalf of Professor Henry Clade. He's trying to get in touch with Professor Bryce Fallon. Do you happen to know where we could reach him at this hour?
I'm assuming that he would be at his residence, madam.
Yes, would you happen to have the connecting code for that?
I'm afraid I don't have the connecting code to any of the private residences, madam. No.
Do you happen to know what town he lives in?
He lives on campus, madam. Here in
All
Arkham.
right, thank you. Thank you very much for your help. And I hang up.
Okay. As you hang up, you
And-
look over at, well, because you notice snoring, right? So the only person who has not sort of shown himself at this point, because you recognize all of your favorite compatriots and companions, is Bill Willoughby. And that sort of keys you into the sound of snoring. On the couch nearby, you see Bill passed out, hat over his face, snoring with, strangely enough, a set of cards on his chest.
I'm going to go and inspect the cards.
Absolutely. So this isn't going to you, Bill. Go ahead and... You're all muted, though, so we can't hear you.
Sorry, I mute myself.
No, you're
This
smart
is
to do that.
what
Thank you.
this is what she pulls up in from my chest. So, first one.
Love this. It's beautiful.
What is that?
There's the 5 of Pentacles.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Oh, these are the Cthulhu ones. Too,
Uh-huh. These are
Nice,
the
very
Cthulhu
good.
Tarot deck.
Ooh,
The
interesting.
next one
That's a huge plug. I
is
love it.
the 10 of Swords upright.
All right. 10 of swords.
Seems like Bill has become quite a fan of
Oof.
tarot.
Well, no, Bill's all into the occult. He's had a tarot deck since the beginning. He just
Love
never
it.
uses it.
There you go.
He just decided to use it tonight because the ask is just crazy.
For real. Okay.
So wait, I'm sorry. The first one was...
The drugs.
The
first
drugs.
one
It was the
Five.
drugs.
5 of Pentacles
Oh,
upright.
well, this is depressing as hell, darling.
The next one is the 10 of Swords upright. The next one is Death upright.
All right.
That's not bad, right?
The next one is the end of the world. Is the world reversed?
Is the world reversed?
That's not horrible, right?
Actually, it's not
And
necessarily horrible. Oh, is there a
rever-
fifth?
Reversed, it's bad.
No, actually, reverse the world. Oh,
It's bad.
okay.
The Last Judgment upright. This could be good.
Okay.
Judgment
That
is
could be
upright.
good. That could
Actually,
be
no.
good.
It's not as terrible as you'd think, but I'm going to look at the cards. So we've got... Well, darlings, it looks like our current situation. So, the distant past, 5 of Pentacles. Well, first of all, I'm going to look at the third card, because that's where we are right now.
Okay.
And the third card was a 10 of Swords. And the... Oh, sorry, 10 of Swords was the third card.
By
and
the way,
that,
for those of you watching at home, we do not choose these tarot cards in advance. These are
It's all
picked,
random.
These are picked
Very
right now.
random.
So the chances of this stuff having any application to our current game, if it does have it, that's creepy as shit.
100%.
well, honestly,
Just saying.
I mean, take a look at the 10 of Swords, darling. It's a man impaled multiple times. We are all in a place of pain, and that is our current place. Now, just before that was a 10 of...
No, it's the 5 of Pentacles.
5 of
it's
Pentacles.
Death.
Rejection and
Sorry,
loneliness.
in order, it was 5 of Pentacles. Then it was a
Death.
10... No, Death came later. It was a 5
Death
of
came
Pentacles,
later.
and then
Death
it
was
was...
the third card.
5 of Pentacles, 10 of Swords.
No, Death was the fourth card.
Fourth card, sorry.
Third card. Third
You
card.
gave me
Death
5.
was 3.
You gave me
Death
5.
was 3.
No. It's 5
Alright.
cards.
Yes, the
5
first
cards.
the first card up
Okay.
was...
Pentacles.
So the first card up
5
is
of
the 5 of Pentacles.
Yep.
Yes.
The next card up is the 10 of Swords.
Yep.
Oh, 10 of Swords is
The
the
next
next
card up is Death. All of these are upright. I'll tell you what
Okay.
reversed. The next card up is the World
Right.
reversed.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The
Oh, you only
last card
was
is
Judgment.
is Judgment upright.
So the third card that came up was
Death.
Death.
Death. Well then, that's interesting, actually. Because death doesn't necessarily represent death. It can represent bad luck. It can also represent unexpected changes in your life, which, quite frankly, we're all experiencing right now. Now, just before that is the 10 of Swords, which is pain, which, quite frankly, is our most recent future together as a group, and even further back, the distant past. The 5 of Pentacles is despair and loneliness, which is, not going to lie, a bit of where I think we all were just before this all happened.
This
now
is some
our
creepy ass shit. I'm just saying out
Keep
of
in mind-
character. This is
keep
some
in
creepy shit right
keep in
here,
mind-
folks.
Keep in
Wow.
mind that Bill drew these cards before he passed out.
Before we passed out. The immediate call right after that was the world reversed, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Which is a lack of vision, which tells me that we're all not entirely sure where we are at this particular moment. And then finally, judgment. Upright. Which is a renewal, a rejuvenation, or a rebirth.
That is true. But the world reversed. The world reversed is delayed success, lack of completion, stagnation, and failed plans.
It's also a lack of vision or imperfection and some disappointment. And what that tells me is that our immediate future, the road directly in front of us, is difficult, but can result in an improvement or a rejuvenation of our lives, or who knows, everyone's, based on our previous path. I actually think that's not a terrible place to go.
So, Madam
You'll have to talk to
Adler.
Bill about it when he wakes up.
Yeah, I was gonna say when Bill wakes up, you guys can talk tarot.
I know.
It's
Bill and
talking
I are going to
talking
have to-
tarot here on Call of Cthulhu.
I'm actually sort of wondering if, like, this is Bill's new obsession after watching Eudora read the cards all this
I
time.
guess it is. I guess
They've
so.
never discussed it in the past, but I'm just saying that
Bill doesn't discuss these things. This is Bill's
we've
thing.
noticed.
I will say Bill did have, ever since I've known Bill, he's had a thing of cards with him.
So with all
Well,
of
all
the,
I have to say is that what it tells me is that we've come from a place of darkness and we're heading to a place of confusion, and then a place of light. So
this is
Awesome.
these are actually, strangely enough, these from Adler's sort of intuitive understanding of these cards, scary as they may seem, this bodes well for your particular pursuit if you guys decide to go in that direction. Which I think to some degree, when you sort of go through these cards, Madame Eudora, and explain them perhaps to your friends, I think it may dissuade, or actually it may persuade those who were particularly reluctant to do these kinds of things, especially, I'd say Professor Clade, especially.
or assuage Clade's
Definitely.
reservation.
I would say so, yes.
What?
Or not. I mean,
Sorry, wordplay.
That's fine. It makes you feel better.
There you
Yay.
He's a professor of what? Okay, so let's take the time we have to make a decision here, right? I think it's decision-making time. What do you guys want to do? You've gone through and understood a certain matter of Professor Clade's, and by turn, Dr. Winthorp's. You also have Roscoe's particular gambit, so to speak, that he has presented to you.
Can I add one more part to Roscoe's
Absolutely.
gambit?
Go for it, yeah.
I recently came across some news before you arrived, and I think that perhaps Professor Clade, your fortune and my hunch may coincide.
Really now?
I asked
Do
around
tell.
about this artifact, and while there are strange occurrences happening across America and across the world, in particular, there's one in the Northeast, in New England in particular. Something about a early colonial diary, and perhaps it has been confusing people, I believe, boggling the minds. Perhaps this is what Professor Clade, you have been approached about with your considerable skill in pen and paper, or at least perusing it.
I mean, lucky me, I guess.
So, I don't know if for certain they're connected, but it's certainly a start. The other two options are a chandelier that's been killing people and perhaps maybe cursed. I think I read that.
A chandelier.
Yes, it keeps falling on unfortunate victims.
theater?
Darling,
No.
how Parisian. No, thank you.
It's in a home apparently, but that's what I thought as well.
A home.
And finally, a strange box of ashes of a Confederate general in the South.
I mean, luckily I know my history, but ashes?
Ashes.
They all fall down.
Dust to dust.
I don't imagine a Confederate general is particularly dangerous in terms of ashes. And a chandelier is not really dangerous once it's fallen on the ground.
Yeah, but who's to say that it builds itself up?
A floating chandelier, Clade?
I
I'm
mean,
still.
is it really out of the weirdness that we've seen so far?
Fair.
Speaking of weirdness, I'm still terribly concerned about this pickle that seems to have you and my fine Dr. Winthorp invited up to our old stomping grounds in Massachusetts. When they asked you to bring your friend, it does smell delightfully of a trap, but if we go into it knowing it is one, perhaps we could persevere.
And concerning, again, a contact I have not had since college.
That's why it's delightfully suspicious, my darling.
And a wonderful opportunity.
If it even is one.
Well, you
Well,
have
it certainly is one.
at least have a job, and I can at least get some money.
Oh, as if you need money, darling.
Listen, Professor, this Bryce fellow has checked at the table. It's up to you to call.
Should we go on a vote first?
Of course.
Well, I'll follow you, Clade, if you want to go.
There are 5 conscious people, so.
Bill's snoring, sawing logs over there.
Maybe we should wake up Bill over there.
Don't wake up.
I think you might have a hard time of it with the amount of barbiturates that he took, but hey.
Yeah.
Let him sleep it off,
Look over at
darling.
Clade and go, you don't want to do that.
I kind of go over to Bill and look at his, lift up an eyelid, look at the eyes and be like, oh no, darling, you can't wake that up. That is sleeping until dawn.
So...
Besides, we all know which way Bill will vote.
The one with the more action?
Exactly.
The exciting one.
Well, let's see. The chandelier is already... sounds like a death trap.
Actually, that was the opposite when I spoke to Freeman. Remember?
Right? So Vera looks at Roscoe for a second.
Maybe it's best that we all come to this with more information perhaps in the morning. Maybe we all slept on it.
Yeah. Considering how late it is.
It's like 7:30.
I was going to say, I thought it was
We can go get dinner.
How old is everybody? At like 85? It's late in the day.
That's why I'm looking at everyone like I don't understand what's happening right now.
Got a long
Professor
day
Clade,
tomorrow.
I'm sorry, that grandfather clock is not set to the right time.
I do have a day clock in the living room.
Never has been.
I
Well, Bill is clearly ensconced here for the evening. I will not be.
Winthorp yawns. Clearly, early for him.
Oh, Winthorp.
You do have an extra room. It's not at the moment it's not kitted out for guests, at least in your office, Roscoe. But you are able to if you want to. Maybe.
Darlings, I'm not far and I have space.
That is also true.
You
Well,
guys
shall
could
we?
also carry Bill.
I mean, we all know everyone fits in my house, but I don't really want to carry him either.
And plus,
I've done it before. I'll do it again.
He's a big boy,
But I
Bill.
don't really
Right?
want
He's
to.
probably of all of you, he's the biggest.
I think Bill is actually the largest of all.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's a stocky individual.
Yes.
Depending, it would take myself and Dr. Winthrop to carry Bill, and honestly, it's fine if Bill sleeps on the couch. He's quite acquainted with it.
I think he's fine.
Shall I take the others, Roscoe, and we reconvene in the morning?
That sounds wonderful. I'll come by around 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Throw some water on Bill before we wake up, shall you? Before we arrive, shall you?
Of course.
All right, you lot with me.
Yay.
At the door you go, and the night passes perfectly, I would say calmly, without the added pressure of having to make that specific decision that moment.
We
although
overfeed Clade at my
yes,
house.
yes, I would say he needs all the
Gravy.
all
Just
the
gravy.
satiation he can muster in order to sort of keep
Salt
this
tablets.
Bangers
this-
and mash,
keep it
darlings.
down.
Bangers and mash. And so, bangers and mash and mushy pea.
Bubble and squeak.
and
No,
he
bangers and
falls
mash.
asleep not shortly after, or I should say not long after, a very happy, full Henry. The rest of you also make your way to your personal places of rest. The thought of returning to Massachusetts weighing on your mind. Some of you knowing full well of the kind of tricks that your mind plays on you when you are in the subconscious, in terms of the dreams and nightmares that had followed you from Danvers back to your homes, and whether or not they would revisit you upon hearing that you would have to go back to that place.
I drink heavily before.
And I think that those of you who do so in order to relieve yourself of the added pressure of having nightmares, you would not be faulted for doing so. So, you sleep that night. The potential for returning to a different place of Massachusetts, a small town called Arkham, the University, Miskatonic, on your minds. And that's where we're going to take our break. So, we'll be back in about 5 minutes, folks. Hopefully you guys will rejoin us in 5, where we will take up these 6 individuals' escapades, and how and when they make their way to Miskatonic University in Arkham Asylum. Not Arkham Asylum, but Arkham, Massachusetts. Did I say Arkham Asylum? Did I go
Wow.
there too fast? Well, we'll talk about Arkham. We'll talk about Arkham Asylum. Well, Arkham Asylum from Batman is taken from
It is?
Lovecraft itself. So
Great game.
there are exactly
Yes, Arkham Asylum was a very,
fantastic
very
game.
good
So
Yeah,
that
no,
said,
I drove into a mall and couldn't get out.
we'll be back in 5 minutes, where we will once again rejoin our investigators. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Sarah, I love your wide eyes.
I can't help making faces at the camera every now and then. It's in my blood. I shall return.
Did you like that one, Matt? like that idea, Max? Did you like that idea, Matt? That's a good idea. That's a good idea. It's Bill's personal journey, because remember, he has his doubts. In my inventory, I just don't use them, and I'm not gonna put it. I use them. It's only for him and him to make a decision. Ever since his wife died, he's been relying on things and tell the future. Make sure that things are okay. He's a little shaky. I haven't shown that enough to him.
I made it back before the others. I did not expect that.
So,
With toast.
with food and drink and everything that can keep you awake and
Back of the
alive,
box, honey? What's up with the back of the box?
you wake in the morning to a beautiful New York, cool, crisp New York day. And I think, for sake of brevity,
Hi, cat.
you rejoin yourselves probably midway through the morning at Roscoe's. Bill, you wake up feeling like $1,000,000, right? Barbiturates, who knew they were so good?
How does my wrist feel?
Your wrist feels better, but it's still a little sore.
A little sore.
A
But
little
it's
sore. Yeah, I mean,
good.
it's
My
not.
left hand is.
Yeah, your left hand is still shaky. Your right hand is sore. So
Okay.
your hands have some problems going on here. That's okay.
Okay.
We'll eventually get over it, hopefully.
All right.
So you eventually find yourselves
Before we
back.
have to shoot anything, I hope.
One would hope. You find yourselves back at Roscoe's shop, which is open for business. In the time that it does take for Roscoe to sort of write up a quick, gone fishing note, I would think, and place it on his shop window.
Gone antiquing, one would think.
Yes. You all, I would say, discover new ways of communicating to your employers, if you have one, that you'll be taking a couple days off. business purposes.
I drop by the speakeasy and let them know I won't be in to read cards for a few days.
Fair enough. Vera, you probably have to tell your agent and or manager what's going on.
And I'm going out of town for a couple of days. And I have a script to read on the trip.
Fantastic. Have fun, your agent says. Bill, your I would say probably your superior in the agency wants to make sure you're of your whereabouts, but you inform him. What?
Well, I thought I was thing kind of suspended until.
That's true. That is true. So you don't really actually come to think of it. That's actually a good point. You don't necessarily have anyone to report your whereabouts or worry about it at this point. So you're a free agent, so to speak. Oh God, did I say that out loud? I'm a free agent. So yeah, there you go. Winthorp, you as well. From the perspective of your responsibilities, you have nothing going on right now. You're in between expeditions. Consulting, absolutely. And Professor Clade, you yourself have a particular need. So there's no shy eye against that. So in terms of communal transport, I would say, to Arkham, which is actually it's quite interesting. I'm going to show you now within your handouts a map, which is actually kind of cool. That shows it's kind of funny. It's called Lovecraft Country. That's the name of the map. So if we're gonna zoom out here on Lovecraft Country, I don't know why it's called Lovecraft Country. Who is this guy Lovecraft anyway? And I'm going to now show as well our friends in chat where everything is in relative respect to one another. So clearly New York is way down here, like way below. And here's our friend Salem. Yay, Salem. Yeah, and here's Danvers. Here's Danvers right here.
I'd love to skip Danvers and go by way of Salem.
I think that's probably a good idea. You did go to Salem, I think on the way to Danvers. You probably drove through for some of you, or took the train.
We were on the train.
That's true. That's true. You were on the train.
There's that light.
That's not the lighthouse. That's not the lighthouse. I'll show you where that lighthouse was in a minute. But here is Arkham, right? Right there. Not too far from Manchester. $1.75, please. Or is that Worcester? Yeah, here's Gloucester. Here's Manchester. And here's Arkham. Now, the lighthouse that you guys all met at was right over here. Right off of Rockport.
Definitely not going that way.
Right over there.
Wait, we all got on the train already and went?
We're getting in cars.
You
so
guys
we're
are,
talking
yes,
about
exactly.
Our route.
We're just talking about the route that you guys are taking.
I think
I haven't decided if I want to go yet.
Oh, no? Okay.
No.
Yeah, that's why I suggested the next morning when we were all conscious.
Fair enough. Bill, when you arrive and get explained to you what's at stake, as well as the information that has been already explained in excess, I would say, by both Henry in his letter, or to Henry, and as well by Freeman. What is your opinion? Let's talk about it.
Well, it seems that many things transpired when I was passed out on the couch there. But by the way, Freeman, those pills you gave me, amazing. I feel so much better.
Glad to hear.
Bill, I'd love to have a little chat about those cards I found on your chest while you were asleep.
What cards?
Well, the tarot cards, darling. They weren't mine. They were clearly yours.
Yeah, well, that wasn't. That's well, you see, that is the root of my problem. And
How so, love?
well, I read them for myself yesterday. It's a thing I do when I get a little stressed out, and right now I'm a bit stressed out because the last 3 times that I've done something with a particular group, the first time was with Winthorp and Antarctica. The second time was at Beacon. The third time was helping Miss O'Day with her friend Larry, the writer.
Indeed.
We've seen some pretty horrible shit, and I'm not sure that I want to partake in this endeavor again. I don't have the back.
Well,
time.
I'll say to you, Bill, that first of all, well, I can't speak to what happened to you and Dr. Winthorp in Antarctica, though I'd love to hear that story someday. I would say that our adventure at Beacon Island, fortuitous as it was, turned out well for us in the end, and our adventure in Danvers turned out well for, well, everyone in Danvers and possibly everywhere. But those cards you seem to cling to, well, they also foretold a fortuitous ending. So it seems to me that,
Possible
well, it might be.
fortuitous ending in this
But
interpretation, Miss Eudora. If
I
you
mean,
listen to me for a second, 1 second.
Tell me, go ahead, darling. Tell me what you see.
So the first thing was the 5 of Pentacles. To me, that represents loss in the past, the loss of a wife, the loss of things. In this case,
in the distant past, yes.
yes, the distant past. And so now the 10 of Swords, followed right up, represents to me destruction or attack from all sides.
Which we saw an awful lot of in Danvers.
Exactly.
Yes, we're so far on the same page. Continue, my love.
I'm not still on the past. And the third one, the card of death, in my interpretation, sort of represents a bit of a change, a shift, something that's happening, and that's in the immediate present.
Exactly, and that's kind of where we are right now. I mean, this is a shift for me from the last several months.
Then in the future, I got the world upside down.
Indeed, world reversed.
And to me, the world reversed sort of represents failure, a failed plan. But there's a thing that's the reason I'm still having this conversation with you guys and still not passed out on Roscoe Freeman's couch. It's the last card. It's the judgment card.
Indeed, love.
This could be interpreted in different ways, necessarily positive, right? Like it's a renewal.
Yeah.
But the thing is, death is a renewal.
But
And
death
I just
is.
don't want to die. I mean, that may be a good thing.
Darling, none of us want to die, but if you know the cards as well as it seems you do, you know that the death card doesn't actually mean death. It just
I'm not
means
talking about
change.
the death card. I'm talking about the judgment card. It's
And
renewal.
It's so you're looking at renewal as death. I didn't realize you were a Buddhist, my love.
It's a possibility of death.
That's
I'm just saying. There's a possibility.
no. That's I honestly cannot argue with that. But it also it's.
Matt, can I make an occult check?
For what reason?
I never get to use it. I don't know. To prove my interpretation of renewal.
I mean, the occult skill would be just to sort of understand the interpretations of tarot cards are not necessarily occult per se. I think that you're trying to either I know. I mean, I would say
it's like one of my highest.
I know it's the fact that you can.
Mine too, darling. I feel you.
The fact that you guys can use occult is really sort of certainly to use tarot cards, right? To gain understanding from tarot cards. Beyond what the player knowledge is absolutely an occult skill, right? That's what you could do. If you didn't have yourself, Alex, an idea of what these were, you could use occult to gain that information, right?
Okay, so Miss Adler, I just gave you my interpretation. All I'm saying is the goal may not be something positive. Now,
And honestly. To be perfectly honest, we're very much in agreement for the most part. The world, our immediate future is the world turned upside down. The things you don't expect, the things you aren't anticipating. It's a lapse in judgment, which means, to be honest, darling, we're probably going to make mistakes, but don't we always? But the bottom line is, if the end result is good, regardless of the mistakes made, well then, shouldn't we go ahead and make them?
But what if this renewal thing is one of these creatures that takes over the world or does something to us, and that is the renewal? You see what I'm saying?
Well, I do
Bill, wouldn't you
see. I
wanna
do see
stop
what you're saying.
that?
Could I? I'm sorry. I just want to very briefly talk over a little chat that I had with the cards prior to you joining us when Roscoe first introduced me to this whole mystery. When I had a little bit less information, in fact, I did ask the cards. And what they told me was that whatever we're looking for is something that is best in solitude and is currently causing frustration to one of great power who wishes to be omnipotent, who is lacking it. And that tells me that success would be a renewal. Success would be taking that away. A success would be us rendering judgment on that man or being, or God knows, considering what we've seen thus far. All I'm saying, Bill, is that it seems a little bit weird to me that we've all been drawn together again into a mystery, and I just don't think we'd get as far if you weren't there.
Okay, Matt, can we have Miss Adler try to convince me?
Absolutely. I was going to say,
Of course.
roll a. I would say none of this is lies, right? So unfortunately,
No, absolutely not.
as much as I know you have put a lot of points into fast talk, Eudora, this is not a fast talk. This is 100%.
I wasn't trying to.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. And
but could I be charming him?
I would say you can choose either
Yes.
charm or do I want to say persuade? Charm or persuade, one of the two.
I'm going to take charm.
Okay. That's a lot of luck points if you want to use that, or if you want to push
Or
it.
you could push it.
Yeah, you could push it.
I will actually push it.
Okay.
I will see his reticence and I will sit down next to him and take his hand and say, Bill, I know this has been very difficult for all of us, myself included, and knowing that you listen to the cards as I do actually is really reassuring to me to know that I'm not the only one looking beyond what we all see with our eyes and feel with our senses. But I really genuinely feel that you are invaluable to this group. And I do hope that you will consider joining us.
Push the roll. Push it.
Let's see it.
Is that a green or a purple? I don't remember.
That is a green.
Green.
Okay.
It's
There
a
you go.
regular success.
That's okay. So remember, pushed rolls don't have to be higher than the success chance, either higher or whatever. As long as there is a success, then a pushed roll is a success.
All right then.
So
Okay.
there you go, Bill.
Well, Miss Adler, I definitely don't do tarot for a living, and I'd rather keep it between you and me, or anybody else that
Scouts on it.
knows about it. It's I like your interpretation, and hopefully the judgment card is a positive. Because
Don't we always hope?
I
It's a
can't
good way
call
to
the
look at it.
last 3 times positive outcomes on my sanity.
Not for us, but for everyone, darling, and that's really what matters right now. Yes.
All right, so you got me, Adler.
It's a
Got
good.
me.
It's a good thing that the charm was successful
I give
because
Bill a little kiss on the cheek.
it's a good thing the charm was successful because otherwise I would have said, failing that pushed roll for the charm, that Bill would have taken offense at sort of this tactic, which he thought it was, and all interactions with Bill would be for the rest of, at the very least, the rest of the day, if not the rest of the scenario, would be at penalty die, I would say.
Well, instead, I give him a kiss on the cheek and a pat on the knee and say, I knew you had it in you.
And then all of a sudden, I pull out my cards and make sure I'm back in my little,
They're still there.
my little thing.
Yep.
And they're all there.
Oh yeah, they're all still there.
I'm like, okay, all right. nobody saw that.
Oh, I think I want to see it. I want to see Bill shuffling at his cards. What kind of check would I have to make for that? Spot hidden?
Yeah, spot hidden. Oh yeah.
I get to roll. Don't I get to roll against that?
If you can beat an extreme success on spot hidden, then yours would
I think
be...
he has to. I think he has to roll a sleight of hand
Yes.
under that.
Yeah. If you can
What-
get a
what is it,
critical,
sleight of hand or stealth?
no sleight of hand.
Oh.
Nope. You're like
Close.
smiling about it the whole time.
So I get to see what Bill draws.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that he had those in his in what I guess you put them like in your lapel, right?
Yeah, in my bag. I put them in my bag.
In your bag. Okay, so he brought them with you.
Bag.
No, I thought he was shuffling to pull a card. I
Oh
wanted
no,
to
no,
see what
no,
card
no!
drew.
He was just the fact that he wanted to make sure that no one saw that he had those cards with him.
Oh, I thought he was drawing the cards again. Okay.
I don't think so. No.
No.
All right.
I misinterpreted, but I do see
Well,
what he.
But great spot hidden roll.
Way to waste the high numbers, but it
I
doesn't
mean, listen. The last time Winthorp, how many criticals did you get? Jeez, like 2, I think, 2 or 3.
2.
Yeah, I think you got 2 criticals. That's
Yeah,
abnormal.
The last
right?
one certainly was.
But I
one.
also think you failed everything
He
else. It was
did,
like a
yeah, he did a
critical.
lot of failing, unfortunately. But that's
Well,
okay.
glass cannon. What can I say?
Way to rub it in.
Yes,
Um,
love it.
Here we
Just
go.
checking. It was great. Checking in. Loved it.
So, okay, we're taking 2 cars up to Danvers. I mean, not Danvers, to Arkham,
Damn
correct?
right.
Okay.
Who wants to be in my
Driven
car?
By Charles.
That doesn't matter to me. I can
I'll
do
be in
that.
your car.
I'll take Vera.
Okay.
Am I stuck with Winthorp?
Stuck?
You
Sure.
can come with me, Clade. Clade, you can come with
Fine.
me.
You
I've
know
got
what? I'll go
Whoever
with
wants to ride in a
Winthorp.
BMW
I'll-
Dixie, come on in.
I'll go with Winthorp. I got shotgun. Shotgun.
You want
Actually-
Do you have an
Actually,
actual
no,
shotgun? I don't think you have an
no,
actual
Bill,
shotgun. Bill.
Come back here.
To be
with me,
to be
trust
honest,
me.
I think I would actually take Clade. He seemed really uneasy. I think I
Mhm.
want my car.
Smart.
I've been
Okay.
on.
Yeah, I'll take Bill and Roscoe if Roscoe wants.
There you go.
I
I'll
got
come with
shotgun.
Roscoe.
Fantastic.
All right, good.
Roscoe will come with
Good.
I
Good.
Roscoe.
All right. Roscoe goes with
Roscoe,
Roscoe.
Bill and Winthorp.
Fantastic.
Roscoe.
If you leave at say 10 in the morning, it probably takes you, judging by the distance between here and
7.5 hours. I've done
to
least
Boston,
8.
probably about 6 hours.
6.5 hours.
Yeah.
Charlie drives fast.
Okay, we'll cut it to
Absolutely.
5.
This is the 20s.
This is the
I was
yeah.
going
They
to be
didn't go
honest- to be
faster
honest-
than 30 or 40 miles an hour or
Good,
something like
Matt.
that.
I was saying, if we're
It's
making it-
going
You're
to
looking
take
at
most
7.5
of
Oh,
the
6
day.
hours is
8
good.
hours.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
6 hours is real good.
Yeah,
Most of
and
the
then
time, like-
probably to Arkham, 8 hours, which makes you arrive probably in the latter portion of the day, right? We're talking.
I would say we take the evening in Boston. I'd say we drive to Boston, have a nice dinner, sleep it off.
He did say come quick, so you
Mm.
do want to arrive the next day, if at all possible.
All right, fine.
Well, we're leaving in the morning. It's going to take us,
Pretty much the whole day just to get to Arkham.
yeah, like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 o'clock.
That's
in the
about
afternoon.
right. Yeah, that's fine.
By the way, Roscoe and Bill, we have a full bar in the back of my car.
Oh my
Sorry, I'm
god.
lagging.
That's okay.
Eudora drinks a lot of coffee.
We have a chef. We have a chauffeur.
We
so
don't
gotta-
drink and drive even in the 20s. I'm sorry, folks. That's just.
Actually, they probably did, but
I know, but we don't.
I'm driving.
No, but he's not driving.
Okay.
Winthorp's not driving.
Fantastic.
We're not driving.
So
We
they
have a-
can
we
be
have a
drunk.
chauffeur.
He's drinking and passengering.
Actually, to be perfectly honest, I think that cocaine was still very legal. So,
So-
Eudora might.
Absolutely, and
Eudora's probably a little.
It's a good thing we have a
Coca-Cola.
mature stream because, like, dude, we're doing a lot of like drinking, drugging, driving.
Are we mature though?
We are. We try to
Actually, to
be.
be
I'm a
perfectly
really,
honest, I'm
really
fairly
bad
certain.
FBI
that-
You're an awful.
No, I'm actually fairly
You're going to be
certain. I'm good-
immediately
I'm
promoted
Googling
to
it right
top of the
now.
line, Bill. I
They
can
put
tell
it-
you.
Yeah.
they put
I'm
it-
so trying to encompass this
So,
angel
I
heart.
think it was technically
love it.
what it was.
I'm looking it up right now, but I'm fairly certain that it was
Why-
still legal.
while-
That
Yeah,
it
it
was
was
still
legal
legal
and
in the
medical.
This is true.
Yeah, it was medicalized. Yeah, they're like, oh, use this for
Yeah.
rid of your headache. Snort some coke.
Okay, so
Exactly.
Having problem with coke? Try some
let's
heroin.
let's
All-
bring
all
it
I'm
in. Let's
saying-
bring it in. Let's bring it in.
All I'm saying is that Eudora. This is very long.
Go ahead.
All I'm saying is Eudora's very awake.
Okay. This is a good
Caffeine
thing,
pill.
right? 5 o'clock comes, you drive into Arkham. And now I'm going to show you the map of Arkham. Yay! Arkham is situated like Boston, in a way, that it is a city that
God.
straddles a river, the Miskatonic River, for which the university is named. The wide
that?
banks of the Miskatonic River are dark as you drive into town. Arkham is a small town. It is a town that has approximately, I don't know, you guess by the population, anywhere between 2,000 to 3,000 people. Many of those individuals are students, either students of the undergraduate portion of the university or of the graduate schools, of which there are several. Miskatonic University itself is, and I will show you a handout, as well as a map that I will move you to. Miskatonic University is placed upon the southern portion of the banks of the Miskatonic River, or at least the city itself. So let me move you to Arkham, Massachusetts. Don't mind the borders. I don't know who any of those people or figures or creatures are. Clearly, they have no bearing at all whatsoever with what's going on
None in the
at
least.
all.
Not even that man on
Good
the right.
gods.
I have
Good
no idea who that
gods.
individual is. But the key things to note from this map are the following. Number one, Miskatonic University is approximately here where this arrow is pointing, right? The campus spans approximately 6 to 7 city blocks. Here's Miskatonic University's football field.
Oh, it's MU. It's the opposite of
MU.
my university's alma mater.
UM or
Yeah,
MU?
UM.
Yes, it's not Monsters University, it's Miskatonic University.
Love it.
Although who can tell at this point? The main buildings of MU are, let's see. I think the dean's letter actually spoke of one of those houses, which I believe was, here it is, Loxley Hall, which is the main sort of building right here, right across from the main building there. That big white building, that's Loxley Hall.
Okay.
Which seemed to be the place that Dean Fallon's office was for you to, if you were to meet him, would be there. Other places of note within Arkham are the Northwestern Merchant District, which would be essentially the commercial part of town, one would say. The southern portion of Arkham is, one would call it the good side of the tracks, the more affluent side, the side with fewer rundown houses, caused obviously by any kind of economic problems. But on the northern side of the river, although there are fewer buildings and fewer houses, you do happen to notice that some of the houses stand out, maybe because they are far away from the hustle and bustle of the university, and therefore are sort of older, more colonial style mansions. There is, of course, the train station too. Right, so we have the main train station in Arkham. Independence Square, named so because of the fact that one of the main battles of the Revolutionary War took place here in Arkham, Massachusetts. It was a battle in which many hundreds of colonial soldiers died to British artillery. And in giving their lives for their country, they were commemorated in this particular monument.
I love that downtown is north because that's so Massachusetts.
It really is, yes.
It is.
Yeah, that in and of itself are the only other sort of main, I wouldn't call it a tourist site, but certainly main point of interest within Arkham is the Arkham Sanatorium. Arkham is well known for having strange and unusual things, mostly attributable to scientific mishaps or other natural rationales, which of course come to light through various newspapers or periodicals. But people who determine otherwise find that there is just something weird about Arkham, whatever it may be. Those individuals who continue their, one would say, ravings eventually end up in the sanatorium, where they're treated appropriately and civilly, much, much differently than they were in the Danvers Asylum, certainly. Arkham is a place of healing and rest, and for those who are subjected to more traumatic problems, they are absolutely confined and kept away from the rest of Arkham citizens, so that they can maintain the normal lives that they so deserve.
And where on the map is that located?
Arkham Asylum is at the very northern tip of this map, which is right about there.
Oh, good to know. And I see French Hill is pointed out. Is that a place we should know about?
That's right. French Hill is named so because of the fact that during the Revolutionary War as well, the French were not allied specifically to the colonists until the results of the Battle of Saratoga. And the Battle of Saratoga, which happened obviously in Saratoga, New York, pretty far from Massachusetts, there was an outpouring of French support for the colonists. And it is called French Hill in that way because many French delegates met in secret in Arkham to determine how it is that they could provide their support to the colonists' efforts in the Revolutionary War.
Interesting.
Good to know.
History lessons, folks. History lessons.
Love it.
As you drive into Arkham, and as the sun just sort of dips a little bit, it's sort of lowermost point, just a little bit below the mountains to the north. You find that both of your cars have now arrived at Miskatonic University. It's a brilliant looking place. A lot of colonial, obviously, architecture around, but also very sort of classical stone buildings with ionic columns and very classical sort of faux Greek buildings, which many of the other universities of the time still obviously mimic. There is a quad. The students walk around, for the most part, separated by those who are in the undergraduate portion of the university versus those who are in the graduate portions. So you have the graduate portions in certain sections of the university and other sections sort of separated so that the undergraduate classmen have their own section. People seem to be relatively normal. I mean, you see young kids hopping around, men and women. This is one of the sort of more, I would say, progressive universities of the time that allow for students of both sexes to be educated together.
As someone who was forced to go to Barnard, I'm a little bit bitter. I'm not going to lie.
So you do see that, and as your cars both pull up in front of the hall, which Loxley Hall, you all step out, and there it is. What do you guys want to do?
Well, are we all gonna go in?
Oh, this is let me show you Loxley Hall. This is actually kind of cool. I'll show you this to you.
Oh, please do.
This is what Loxley Hall looks like.
Oh, it's lovely.
Well,
Joy.
according to your letter, we were all invited. I think we should all go.
I believe Dr. Winthorp was involved.
There is a line in the letter about friends with the requisite knowledge and charisma. I'm just saying.
That's right, Bill. That includes you.
I ain't got any charisma.
Yes, but you have the right skills.
Not a drop. You're right.
All I'm saying is it would look awfully good for our lovely young Henry's career. Were we all to show up, unless we do think it's a trap and you'd like to stay behind, Bill, and not let them know you've come.
I think we should stick together. I think we should all stick together.
All right then.
Yeah.
Keeper, how is the air? This building.
When you say the air, you mean what do you mean?
Feeling of
The
it.
feeling of it? I would say make a POW check.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Can I do that as well? Because I do
Absolutely.
want to know what the general ambiance
Yeah,
is.
go ahead and make POW checks. I mean, you don't notice either of you anything.
I haven't made one yet.
Oh, you haven't made one? I'm sorry, I thought I saw one. So that was yours. Okay, hard
That's
success.
fine.
I would say, Bill, you sort of look at the building. You don't really detect anything odd about it. There's no sort of weird feeling you get. You don't see any hairs in the back of your neck standing up or on your arms. Your hands still have that sort of intermittent shake that comes once every, few hours or so. Ms. Adler, you look at the building. You don't notice anything outright wrong with it, although, I don't know, it's almost like it's just like, maybe the architecture's tipped a little bit to the left. That's the only thing that's sort of weird. Like, maybe not like Leaning Tower of Pisa left, but just like a little off. Like maybe 1 or 2 degrees. Like not perfectly square.
For the moment, I will keep that to myself.
Okay. What do you guys want to do?
Well, they're expecting you, Professor Clade.
Why me?
Indeed, Henry, I know. I put like a calming hand on his shoulder and I say, "We're right behind you, darling.
Go get him, old boy.
It's your show."
I begrudgingly start walking in.
Okay. You walk
Never
in.
seen a man so unwilling to advance his own career.
You walk in.
I say that-
and
say
there's
that
Locksley
quietly to
Hall.
Whitney.
Yeah. I'm sure.
Hey, when you've been through a couple of crazy shit lately,
Okay.
Okay.
You walk into the building. There are paths left and right. Students are walking about. Several individuals who are clearly not students are also walking about.
well, I mean, as far as I'm aware, I was told to walk in, but like, is there like a general area I was supposed to meet up at, like some kind of?
The letter did describe, where, and it also, if you take a look at the letter, it also says his office.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess I'll try to find out where the hell his office is.
Okay. There is a directory on the side of the building as you walk in, or should I say on the wall. It does say Dean Bryce Fallon, and it does give his office number.
Proceed on towards the doorway, yeah.
Okay.
Like, following the map.
Sure. Absolutely. The rest of you, I guess, follow behind Henry. You proceed up a set of stairs, large marble staircase, to the second floor of Locksley Hall, following down to Dean Fallon's office. You see a large sort of glass paned door set in wood, the name Dean Bryce Fallon, Dean of Literature and the Arts, inscribed in paint on the glass.
Well, here we are. Oh, joy. I just...
Okay, you knock on the door. You hear a set of footsteps come to the door. The door opens, and you see before you an individual sort of, I would say, probably in his late 40s. He has a very good sense of style. He wears a close-cropped bow tie. He has short hair, sort of bright eyes, and wears a tweed suit. He looks you up and down. He says, "Oh, you came. Oh, that's fantastic. And he reaches out his arms to give you a hug.
I'm still not really sure how to react, but I awkwardly hug back.
Okay, absolutely. He gives you like one of these pats on the back and says, "Oh, it's so good to see you, Henry. It's been so many years. Please."
Yeah. How long exactly?
Oh, goodness, I can't remember.
I mean, we've lost contact for quite some time.
I regret that immensely. But hey, you're here now, so. And he looks around past you to the other 5 of you and says, "Are
Oh, they're with me. They're my compatriots."
Oh, I did not honestly expect this many.
Oh, yeah. I've made some. I've been busy with making friends and whatnot. So.
Well, good for you, Henry. Good for you.
Yeah.
Shows up to an interview with 5 friends. That's what I was saying.
These are my references.
Yes, exactly. Personal references. You may step forward.
Yeah, here to reference.
As he shows you inside, you see that there is a short, sort of bookish woman sitting behind a desk typing, and she looks at the 5 of you, or should I say 6 of you, come in behind Dean Fallon, and she says, Dean Fallon, who are these? Oh, don't worry about it, Amber. Everything will be just fine. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. I know it's a little early. And she checks her watch, and it's like 5:05, and she just goes, "Thank you so much, Dean. I really appreciate it." She grabs her handbag and walks out the door, leaving the 6 of you with Dean Fallon. Now, the room that you are in, I'm going to show you, first of all, I'm going to move you to a new map where you can see a different kind of thing that you probably are not aware of. First of all, this is a background poster board. We're going to be keeping this poster board to use for you guys, along with all of the things that you do in this scenario. And you'll come to understand why in a second. This is just me as the keeper telling you. Obviously, this is our friend Dean Fallon. And here are the 6 of you.
Charming.
And here's good old, well, you'll find out that in a second. Here's Arkham. You guys should be able to move this around. I can move you guys around so you guys can see Arkham, Massachusetts. Beautiful Arkham. And plenty of little pushpins, which you all have access to. Pushpins are able to be moved anywhere you want them to. You'll find out why those are important as well in a second.
But conspiracies.
Oh, just you wait. The room that you enter is pristine. It is tiny. And everything is regimented and in its rightful place. Dean Fallon, after allowing you to enter and shutting the door behind you, comes around and sits at a large oak desk that, to be honest, almost spans the entire room. The walls, as you come in, are lined with an impressive array of books on all manners of subjects. In fact, let me give you guys a little bit of mood music. There is an enormous grandfather clock on the far wall, which ticks and talks as you enter. And behind Fallon, as he sits down at this desk, stands a man who turns as you all enter. He's about 6'2" and sports a long waxed mustache. And his sort of beady eyes seem to pick you apart one by one as you enter. Dean Fallon sits behind the desk and says, "Well, it's a good thing that they arrived. Am I right, Detective?" The man who has been nominated as Detective looks at the 6 of you and says, "Yes, of course. Are these the people you were talking about?" "Well, I didn't expect so many of them. I thought that they could be of help I mean, with...
I'm sorry, detective?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, I haven't made the proper introductions. I do apologize. This is Detective... is it Detective or Lieutenant? He says, Lieutenant, but Detective Lieutenant. Detective Somerset. William Somerset. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. And he doesn't reach out his hand to shake any of yours. He just sort of folds his hands into his lapels and looks at you. Dean Fallon sort of looks at the six of you and says, "Well, I'm glad that you came, Henry. And who is this? Oh, this is of course. How could I forget? I'm missing it. I'm so sorry. Your name one more time." And he points. he points to Winthorp. I'm missing it. I'm sorry.
Dr. Nathaniel
Winthorp. Dr. Nathaniel Winthorp.
Winthorp.
Of course. I do apologize. The famed explorer and
Yeah, easy for to get that one, I know.
marine biologist. Yes. Yes. I've read many of your...
Renowned, yes.
Yes. But the other ones in your little party, I don't think I'm aware of who they are.
I'm going to step forward and say, "Oh, I am so sorry. We've corresponded many times, but I only use my first initial. I'm E. Adler, also known as Eudora. I corresponded with you many times when I was working on my thesis in medieval European folklore, of course, from Barnet.
Go ahead and make a fast talk roll.
I will do that.
Okay. He says, "Oh, I must have slipped my secretary's mind. I do apologize. Eudora, you said?"
Yes, of course. Not to trouble you at all, but when my dear Mr. Clade said he was coming to see you, I couldn't resist the urge to finally meet the man face to face.
I'm flattered. I'm very, very flattered.
Your insights were most helpful in my thesis. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And I'm sure you may want to introduce me to this young lady. You seem to be... Are you a student on campus? No. Couldn't be.
Oh, no.
No need to be shy. You know you recognize her, darling.
Oh, please. I'm Vera O'Day,
Oh,
and I am a friend of Professor
my
Henry
goodness.
Clade.
The Vera O'Day?
Yes. Well, you mentioned you wanted him to bring friends with charm.
I did not expect this level of,
I mean...
I'll be honest, I did not expect this level of celebrity.
I mean, you told me to bring over some friends, so... Yeah.
Okay, well, clearly you are much more socially equipped than I remember. That's fantastic.
Don't let our dear Henry fool you. He is quite the charmer.
However, I'm welcome to Arkham, Ms. O'Day, and hopefully you can pass on to some of your directors to use our beautiful campus for any of your films.
Oh, it is lovely so far.
Yes. You other two gentlemen, I'm afraid I don't know you.
I'm Mr. Freeman, and I am a I have great interest in old things such as antiques.
How interesting.
You said you had a
He's a master of historical objects.
You said he had a particularly worrisome problem, and here I am.
He smiles a sort of weak grin and says, I think you maybe am I right, detective? I think that he may be the right person for this at least, or someone who could help." The detective just nods. Certainly.
I don't make eye contact with the detective.
Okay. And last but not least, you, sir. Yes, you. Yes.
I'm William Willoughby. Bill. Just on leave. I'm in vacation.
He's a good friend of ours, and you said people of charisma, and as you can see, our dear friend Bill clearly oozes it. So, well, we brought him along because he's fun to have around.
Oh, very, very well. Hey, the more the merrier. Right? Right.
Sure.
So-
Inspector Lieutenant, what was your name again? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Detective Lieutenant, ma'am.
Detective, I'm terribly sorry. I'm horrible with names. Very
That's
good
a
with faces.
mouthful.
What was Detective Lieutenant or Lieutenant Detective? What was your name again?
Detective Lieutenant William Somerset, ma'am.
William.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Somerset. Truly.
Shall we get to it then? Oh, yes, of course, Detective. Of course, please, can I get you something to drink? Detective says, I think we're past that, Dean. I think it's time we get to business. Since
What?
they're all here.
What business?
Well, the business why I called you here. I mean, I sent the letter, and Henry responded, so I assumed that he would be willing to help us with our little problem.
Well, I mean, what exactly is it we're looking at? Like,
Absolutely. Let me explain, and hopefully you can help. What I say now, of course, you must understand, is extremely important that it, in its totality, not leave this room. Are we understood, all of us? Yes?
that's fine.
Discretion is
Yeah.
the name of the game.
As a pure quartz crystal.
Nod.
Yeah.
Of course.
Excellent. I do appreciate it. Very well. He clears his desk, puts his hands, sort of slicks back his hair, and says, "We have quite a problem. How best to put this? Okay, I'll sort of sum it up, and then we'll go into details. Professor Charles Leiter, who is a, or I should say, well, Charles Leiter, I would say a young up-and-comer, yes, professor at Miskatonic. He's dead. In strange circumstances that have the possibility of opening up the university to charges of misappropriation and theft, and a potential scandal that it can ill afford.
Wait, so how exactly did he die?
Allow me to explain.
Also, I'm sorry to hear, by the way.
Certainly. Now, Leiter, Professor Leiter, was a specialist in colonial history, as well as something of a socialite and a charmer. I would call him certainly competent in his field, certainly ambitious as well. Around 4 months ago, Professor Leiter was called in to help the Miskatonic University in the assessment of certain papers. These papers were obtained as part of the estate of the late Joshua Hobhouse. Joshua Hobhouse was a recluse, a very wealthy recluse, but a recluse nonetheless, who died back in February. He was an octogenarian bachelor and had lived in a rather large, rambling colonial house on the outskirts of Arkham. He was the last direct descendant of a line going back to the founding of the town centuries before. Now, Hobhouse's house has proved to be a treasure trove of diaries, historical documents, pictures, artifacts that span the history of New England, things that we're extremely interested in retaining. Of course, after his death, as due process, the estate passed to a family that were in charge of his trust, called the Cobb family. The Cobb family were, and still are, a very well-to-do Providence, Rhode Island family who are, I would say, distant relatives by marriage and the fortunate inheritors of the Hobhouse estate. The Cobb family inquired to us here at Miskatonic to provide some assessment as to their worth and significance, with the understanding that this trust of all the material within the Hobhouse estate would be repaid ultimately with the eventual investiture of a collection or the donation of a certain amount of money. And he smiles broadly at this. Now, this has represented quite a coup, what I'm about to tell you, as the promised prestige that it would bring is of significant value to the university. Part of the Hobhouse estate were a set of papers. We'll call them... Well, I'll just call them what they are. We call them the Arkham Witch Trial Papers. Leiter sort of discovered amongst all of these artifacts a sheaf of previously unknown correspondences and evidentiary materials from a period of history for which we have very little evidence, the Arkham witch trials of the 1690s. I'm not sure if you're aware, Henry, of the significance of such a find.
Should I be making some kind of check on this?
Yeah, sure. You could make a... I would say, based on the fact that, they were called the witch trials, you could make either an occult roll or a history roll.
Yeah, I would definitely be better off with history.
Absolutely.
History.
So you chose occult instead, okay?
Wait, what?
Did you choose history? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't see your roll yet. I apologize.
I'm trying to go through all the...
Yeah, it's on the bottom left.
Can I ask him a question?
Absolutely.
So, why did you pick? Why did you send a letter to Clade?
Well, I need help, and I need my help to be very discreet. Many of my correspondences with my peers in other universities were either laughed off or immediately declined. I honestly didn't expect Henry to show up. But I would assume, Henry, that the enticement of a job here at Miskatonic might have brought you here.
What do I roll to tell if he's lying?
You could use psychology for that.
Also, that was a hard...
I'll try.
Yes, it was a hard success with history. I'll tell you what you know as soon as he's done.
Ah.
Unfortunately not. With your psychology success, however, Madam Adler, you note that he is not lying. He's very uncomfortable, but he's not lying. With your history hard success, Henry, you know that there was a period in the 1690s where multiple, just like as it was in Salem, multiple women were accused of being witches and were burned at the stake.
Mainly related to, maybe because of the fact that people didn't really understand women were using science and whatnot.
I think
perhaps,
at this time,
or...
I don't think you have the aptitude to believe that necessarily. I think in the 1920s, people believed still, not that witches were witches, but I don't think that people believed in the modern revisionist theory that these women were doing nothing wrong, but that they were just persecuted improperly.
Sounds fair, yeah.
Fallon waits
So-
for anyone else to interrupt before going on.
It's a bit of a strange time to be inviting old people that, barely much contact,
Oh, I understand quite a lot, Henry, but I do expect you to do whatever you can to make sure that discretion is of the utmost value.
Still not exactly sure what we're dealing with here, but
I'll explain further.
yeah.
Leiter, upon finding these papers, lobbied heavily for the assessment of these papers to come to him. We have several different professors, obviously, in the department. Leiter came out on top, much to the chagrin of other people, shall we say, that would have preferred that the honor of assessing these papers for their value would have been theirs. Let me fast forward to the point in time where we find ourselves in a bit of a predicament. Leiter obtained these papers and was undergoing investigations and research to to determine their value. This occurred over a period of probably 1 to 2 months. I would see Professor Leiter occasionally, although he has contacts with other members of the staff, as well as with other students. But on the evening of the 23rd of September, perhaps only a week ago, or more, Professor Leiter returned to his faculty office here in this building, and on the morning of the 24th, he was found dead. His body frozen in a violent. He looks at the police officer in a violent seizure by one of his graduate students. The cause of death has been officially recorded as sudden heart failure. Also looks up at the police officer. Now, of course, we have our Arkham Police Department looking into Professor Leiter's death as potentially suspicious, but of course we want to make sure that that's not the case and that everything was copacetic on that front. The main problem that we find is that these papers, of which are of great value to the university, are missing. We've looked through his entire office. We cannot find them.
Wait, so so you're saying these guys had the papers for a little bit, but then he just suddenly died,
Yes,
Yeah,
Professor
they-
Leiter had the papers for approximately 1 to 2 months, perhaps a little bit more. And then, as I said, a week ago, found dead, and now the papers are, in fact, missing.
What was his health condition before his sudden, death?
Professor Leiter was young and was in good health. He had no congenital problems, but seems that we all have problems that we know very little about sometimes.
So he suddenly dies, and then those said papers are just disappeared.
That is correct, yes.
No one was around him when he died?
Not that we are aware of. His body was found by one of his graduate students the following morning.
Oh, which one?
I beg your pardon?
Who found his body?
His graduate assistant. Her name is Amelia Court.
All right then, just curious.
Well,
Has anybody determined that the death was either natural causes or foul play?
oh no, foul play is something and he looks back up at the detective. Foul play is something we absolutely don't feel is involved in any way, shape, or form here. It's clearly just a massive heart attack, a seizure of some sort.
Then why is the
Well,
detective here?
Detective, have you done the report? Who did the report on the body?
I mean, we. And the detective sort of looks down at Fallon and says, "Well, we of course attempted to do an autopsy, but we had the university take care of that, of course, and they determined, based on their professional opinion, that heart failure was the cause of death.
Who did the autopsy?
Fallon steps up and says, that was done by our medical chief of the medical university. I don't. Do you know these individuals? I didn't know if you. His name is. He's a doctor, like yourself, of course. Dr. John Wheatcroft. Yes.
No, I'm unaware of him.
Oh, well, he's extremely well-versed, has been with the university for decades. Dr. Wheatcroft is extremely versed in both medical techniques as well as cadavers. He teaches our medical students and has done for many years, so he was in the perfect position, unfortunately, to perform an autopsy on Professor Leiter and came out with that particular report, for which the police have accepted.
It wouldn't hurt to see a coroner's report, though.
He would be the coroner of record, of course.
So would it be okay if we were able to see the coroner's report?
Certainly. You could go visit Dr. Wheatcroft. He's down in the medical facilities. I'm sure he would have the report in his files. And of course, I did receive a copy and give it to the detective here. The detective sort of nods and says, "Yes, we have a copy of the coroner's report filed."
Can I see it?
They would be back at the police station, of course.
Just go to Wheatcroft. Thanks.
Certainly.
So the pickle that you mentioned in your letter was the loss of these papers.
Yes.
And you thought Henry here would be the best detective you could find.
I wouldn't say detective work is really what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for someone to help out a friend.
What sort of help were you? I'm sorry. Like Henry is a dear friend, and I know he's very industrious when need be. But just what sort of help were you looking for, my dear friend? What exactly did you want him to do?
From what I understand, he had connections, and those connections would be able discreetly to help find these papers before the Cobbs rescind the grant. You're making this very difficult for me.
I'm just trying to find out the details of the operation and what. Do you have any idea what these papers might be? That they've gone missing. They must be very important.
Well, they were historical records. One-to-one documented, specifically documented discussions or accounts of the witches themselves, potentially, as well as those who were in charge of their trials, their sentencing. Information that we had never had access to before.
So understood.
Which one are you more interested in, the witches or the inquisitors?
I would certainly say it depends on the full assessment of all of the papers.
So understood, Doc. But this is a detective. This is detective work. You got a detective right here.
The detective sort of looks down and he says, "As far as we're concerned, this case is now a matter for the university. The murder, if it ever was one, there is none. This case is closed as to the actual death. If it is a loss of property, that is for the family of the owner of this set of papers to engender. If they wish to keep it a private matter, that is their decision."
So, Doc, why don't you just file a report with the police and...
I would prefer it that this would be kept out of the papers. If I were to give this work to our friend, Lieutenant Detective here, chances are the press would be very much aware of it, and so would the Cobbs. If the Cobbs were aware of it, they would be immediately quite incensed at the loss of their property. if you catch
I
my
don't
drift.
know. Is there a bathroom around here? I need to use the bathroom.
Oh, certainly. And he just like walks over to the side of the wall, opens the door, and there is a private bathroom right there.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm actually just going to sort of wander off and start perusing the books on his shelf.
Okay.
Disinterestedly.
Totally.
So
Anyone else
you
want to talk about this?
You want us to recover these papers. And I understand, I'm hoping, as we kind of all came up here to celebrate what we thought was going to be Professor Clade's new position, as we are his friends. I hope that is actually a real offer.
Oh, very much so. If this all comes to pass and we find the papers in time before the Cobbs become aware of it, I'll be more than happy to extend a full offer of professorship to Professor Clade.
Assuming things go swimmingly, of course. Just,
as well as the other things listed in the letter.
Absolutely.
To Dr. Winthorp.
Absolutely.
I believe Winthorp should at least also get some mutual benefits that I'm getting as well.
I mean, the benefits that he would achieve would be, of course, a substantial grant from Miskatonic, based on the fact that we would, of course, have the collateral from our original grant from the Cobbs.
I mean, I already owe Winthorp a bit of. Well, I look over at Winthorp. You know, I owe you a lot. You're muted. Winthorp, you're muted.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
I pat my my hand on your back, Clay. So it's all right, Clay. Enough said on that front. These papers you're talking about, and the Cobbs. Very interesting to think that such a small document would bring such fortune to my friend and I here.
Yes, they're worth quite a lot. They're priceless, to be honest.
Can we also know who else was interested in these papers? The professors, other parties?
Oh, certainly.
At this point, I turn around and listen.
Well, to be frank, Professor Leiter had a friendly rivalry with another member of the staff, one Professor Harland Roach. He's also on the staff. Unfortunately, does not have tenure at the time, but has been with the university for a considerably longer period. That said, Professor Roach was somewhat miffed, shall we say, when he was passed over for the appropriation of these papers. But that's neither here nor there at this point in time, I would assume.
Where was the recently deceased before he was deceased in his office? What was the last place he was?
I mean, I don't know of his location before he rejoined us here at the university the night
maybe it's
before.
a question for the lieutenant.
The detective says, well, we don't really have quite a lot of evidence to go on for that. We know that he was at his house, potentially. He does seem to have lived there, although had a bit of a tough time getting into his house. He seems to have changed the locks on the front and back door.
So it was found deceased in his office.
Oh, yes, he was found in his office here in the building.
Is it okay if we go to his house?
I don't see a problem with that. Do you, detective? No, I mean, if they're on the case just to find the papers, certainly you'd have permission to enter.
Okay, so we'll just go to the house, I guess. I'm gonna, while you guys are talking, I'm gonna go Wheatstone.
Wheatcroft?
Wheatcroft. Yeah. Where's his office at?
Dr. Wheatcroft is down. Well, I guess you'd probably, at this time of the night, he'd probably be cleaning up just before tomorrow. He would be, I guess, in the medical lab.
Tomorrow? What's happening tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow's classes, of course.
Yeah. You made it sound as though it was some sort of event or something.
Oh, no. Just classes, of course.
I go to the medical lab to get the report, the coroner's
So you
report.
leave them and go down to the medical facilities? Okay, great.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you in a second. Does anyone want to go with Bill?
Any of you guys want to come with me to come get the
Yeah,
coroner's
I'll
report?
go with him.
Okay. Winthorpe and
Okay.
Bill go down
Good plan.
to the
I
lab.
want to, but I feel like I have things to do here.
Is that a sorry, I missed that. Are you going with them, Eudora, or no? Okay.
No.
Fantastic. Okay. So we have Bill and Winthorpe going to the medical lab. The four of you stay and discuss more things with Dean Fallon.
I am going to move forward and perch on the end of Dean Fallon's desk and say, look up at the police officer and say, I'm sorry, I would like to discuss a bit of private correspondence with the professor, if you don't mind.
So you wish me to leave the office?
Or just step away for a moment. I'd like to have a private conversation with the professor, if you don't mind. Not too much trouble. It's mostly about my thesis. I'm sorry, I'm very insecure. I just want to make sure I got some things right.
Sure. No problem. And he sort of takes a couple steps towards the door, opens it, and shuts it behind him.
And I will lean in quietly to the doctor and say, all right, now that our police officer friend isn't here, first of all, I think you have some things to tell us. Second of all, you specifically asked for friends with charisma.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering why that is.
So I'm going to make this very quick because the chances of the detective coming back in are relatively high. I don't think that Leader's death was an accident. Your friends will find out soon enough if they go down to the medical lab. Too much around what happened seems to be completely off, so the more you can find out about, I don't know, the true nature of Leader's death, the better. If only for the fact that we can probably keep those kinds of rumors hidden from off campus, because they are starting to pop up left and right. Students are starting to pass gossip around like collateral, and I can't abide by that kind of thing. Now, it is true that, let's be frank, I don't know how much you know about Arkham, or even about Miskatonic. We've had certain historical things happen in the past here, things far from the normal run of existence that seem to gather around Arkham and its university, but I would hope desperately that this is not one of them. But the preservation of the reputation of Miskatonic University is my primary goal. The task of looking into the untimely demise of Charles Leader, and in particular, the recovery of these valuable papers, which were in his care and are now missing, are my goal to have you achieve, if at all possible.
I have two things I want to figure out. One of them, and I'm not sure what kind of check it would be, is the preservation of the university's reputation really his primary goal?
Okay. That check, you'd
And
make a
then
psychology check.
All right, I'll do this psychology.
It seems that is correct. That is not a lie.
All right, and then I'm going to ask him two questions. The first is, what are the students gossiping about?
Oh, foul play left and right. That there... He was murdered in the night by an escapee from the insane asylum. I should call it that. From the sanatorium. That he killed himself. That he was investing in some awful medical experiment which went awry. There are so many rumors which are traipsing back and forth across the university.
And this question I want to ask him is, what do you think were in those papers?
Historical evidence? Of great value?
Of? But why?
Why what?
What is the value? What do you hope to learn from that?
We hope to learn information, historical information into the insights of these individuals, first-hand information.
Which
these
individuals? The witches or the Inquisitors?
I would certainly like to have an understanding of the witch's state of mind, for certain. The Inquisitors we have quite a lot of, and that is, if at all, propaganda at best.
So these are testimonials from the witches?
Absolutely.
And you want to know what they're saying? Why?
I don't see how that could be historically invaluable. Don't you?
I do suppose that's fair. I was honestly just curious.
Of course.
Who else knew about these papers besides...
I'm going back
Roach?
to the books. I'm just going to pop off the desk and wander back to the books.
Who else knew about the papers? Well, of course, there was Liter, myself, Amelia Court, of course, the woman who found him, his graduate student assistant. She was, one would say, close to him, if only in an academic sense. His rival, of course, Harland Roach. I can't think of anyone else who would be knowing about the papers specifically.
Besides the cops.
Of course, the Cobbs themselves.
Are any of them in Arkham at this point in time?
Well, I mean, Professor Roach is, of course, here on campus.
I
As
mean,
is
the
Amelia.
cops.
Oh, the Cobbs, yes, of course.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who was Professor Roach?
Yes, Professor Roach is, a gentleman of a certain renown within the department. He was, a competitor for the position that Professor Liter obtained with evaluating and assessing the actual papers. He wanted to do it, of course, himself. He did not achieve it. The department decided that his methods were somewhat tenuous, and so we gave them to Professor Liter, who was more academically vested.
Good to know.
He was not pleased with this decision, of course. He and Liter have had quite a rivalry over the years.
What do you plan on doing once, say we've managed to find these papers?
Oh, my goodness. If you find them, immediately return them to me.
And what do you plan on doing with them?
I mean, once they are returned, we will be more than happy to keep them under lock and key until a proper assessment can be done by a separate individual. Once that's done, then the Cobbs should be satisfied and inure us with the grant monies.
Separate individual, you say? Who might that be?
Well, if we have to, we would have to go with our second choice, whether it be Harland or send it out to a third party for said assessment.
Not Professor Roach?
I would personally prefer not to, but if it were only my decision to make, it is not mine. The board
For any
of di-
particular reason, why don't you like Professor Roach?
I don't particularly dislike him. I simply think that he is, compared to Professor Liter, not as academically adequate. I think that he, even though he's been with the university longer, he doesn't seem to be quite invested enough in the materials.
As an academic myself, I completely understand.
Now, if you were to, of course, take on this investigation, I would require that evidence be, if it was found, catalogued, evaluated, retained, of course, until the matter is closed. And I do require that if you were, again, to take on this task, that regular private updates on how matters are progressing were to be delivered to me, and not to the police. Is that understood?
I'm going to move forward and sit on his desk again, and reach out to take his hand, and say, "Darling, of course, we use the utmost discretion." And then I'm going to psychic scry on him.
Okay, so we're going to use this task, this ability that you have.
Yes.
First of all, he looks at you strangely, like, wow, this is forward. And what did we say for Psychic Scry? I think it was a certain amount of magic points and a certain amount of sanity, right?
I looked it up. It's 3 magic points, and then we each lose 1d2 sanity, but I get something good out of it.
Okay. So let me go to his character sheet. He's got a good amount of sanity.
I will remove my 3 magic points.
Okay.
Try if I can click on anything. There we go. Points removed, and then I roll a 1. After you tell me what I get, I roll a 1d2 and.
Okay.
Oh, I usually roll.
Oh no, that was for Bryce Fallon. Now you roll for one for yourself.
No, we both lose the same.
Oh, okay. Works for
So
me.
we both lose 1. That's
Perfect.
fine.
You roll 1. Okay, I rolled 1, and there we go. And then 1 or 2. Cool. So you when you say psychic scry, you want to look into his sort of past, so to speak, right? Or what you can gain from visions of that, right?
What I'm trying to figure out is whether or not I can trust what he's saying to me, and I will I searched it a little while ago because I could not remember what we had decided upon.
Sure.
And I will cut and paste into the chat what we decided was how this worked.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh wait, I found so psychic scrying, augury. Alright, so basically it allows the caster to non-verbally scry psychic portents from either another person's mind or a physical object. Touching the person or object is required. Successful scrying should provide at least one useful piece of direct information about the person or thing touched.
Okay.
So yes, so I'm basically I'm trying to figure out why he doesn't want us to tell the police.
Okay.
That's why I'm doing this.
Totally. If his explanation wasn't clear enough, it was because of the scandals that would be implied by the police report.
I just didn't necessarily believe him.
Okay, yeah. The scrying seems to indicate, if the, psychology roll didn't already before, that he is absolutely, in every shape or form, tied to this university and its success or failure. If anything came out about the university that would potentially cost him his job, or the university its grant monies, that would be absolutely detrimental to him.
And there's nothing specific about this policeman that unnerves him.
The fact that police are in any way, shape, or form on this as if it were not anything but natural death, which is what the policeman believes it is, that would be a problem.
Okay.
And so he sort of starts back for a second after you touch his hand, and he's like, ow.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. So much static energy in the air. I tend to do that to people when
wintertime. I didn't realize that people could shock each other like that so badly.
Oh, I do apologize. It was not my intent.
No.
We're very much here to help you, my love.
Absolutely. If that's all, I'll of course let you go. It's getting quite late, and of course you have to rejoin your other 2 friends.
Yes, we should certainly catch up. I believe they're down speaking to Professor
Wheatcroft. Yes.
Then I imagine we'll go find them. By the way, you have a lovely collection of books.
Thank you so much. I do tend to try.
Did I find anything fun while perusing his books?
Many books about colonial history, history of New England during Both world wars. Nothing out of the ordinary, I would say.
Oh, very New England. Thank you.
I just have one last question.
Yes, one
Is
last
that
question.
picture in the bulletin screen really there?
Yes, it is.
Does
With
it?
all of our photographs on it.
Oh, no. Sorry.
No, I mean the picture in the lower left corner, because I just want to like look at it and then see if it's actually the place I think it is.
It looks pretty realistic.
The
lower left corner.
Yeah, down here.
I'm gonna put it down. And I'll
Oh,
keep that to myself. I've been looking at that since for like the last hour,
Mm-hmm.
trying to like read the writing on it.
I'm sure you have. But yeah,
Yes.
that does look pretty familiar.
And I'll leave with the rest of the group.
Before he leaves, of course, he gives you a photograph, although it is grainy. Speaking of things on this board, bulletin board, this sort of photograph of what the bound Arkham Witch Trial papers looked like. And then bids you adieu. As you leave, of course, the detective, Lieutenant Detective, is outside, and he looks at you strangely as you all walk out, single file.
I'm going to give him a nice little curtsy and say, happy to offer our help, detective.
Okay. In that time, as you walk out, we're going to switch quickly, and then we will end our session in this place. We'll have a small internescent scene with Bill Willoughby and Winthorp. Walk down the set of stairs past, I would say, at this time of night, maybe 2 or 3 underclassmen and maybe a couple of graduate classmen who are all on their way out the door. You find yourselves through a series of signs to the medical laboratory. And, yeah.
You're right there, Bill.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just
Let me tell you what you see. Okay. You do see a medical laboratory on another door as you enter it. The smell of chemicals and humidity, just like sticky humidity, sort of assaults you as you enter this space. And there, sitting behind an old oak desk, is an older gentleman. And I'm going to show you his art. He's got sort of like small ovoid glasses, a full beard, and balding hair. There we go. There's Wheatcroft. He looks like a relatively... doesn't have the lines of anger on his forehead or anything like that. Looks up at you as you approach and says, "Hello, how can I help you?"
I suppose I suppose.
Are you from
Dr.
Texas?
Where are
Wheatcroft.
you from?
Are you doing it again?
Dr. Wheatcroft.
Yes, I'm Dr. John Wheatcroft. How can I help you?
Yeah, you did the coroner's work on the recently deceased Dr. I think is Lita.
May I ask your name, sir?
I'm Agent Bill Willoughby.
Agent.
Yes, Federal Bureau of Investigation.
His eyes widen behind his desk. He says, federal? Is this a federal?
Nah, we're actually working with...
We're not here on official business.
We're not here on official business. We're helping trying to help the university maintain its profile
Reputation.
and its reputation.
Oh.
This here is Dr. Winthorp, my colleague.
Oh, you are also a doctor. Pleasure to meet you.
You as well, Doctor?
Your accent seems familiar. Providence?
No.
Boston?
A little further Midwest.
I'm sorry. I do often have a problem with accents. How can I help you?
Yeah, we'd like to review the coroner's report.
Review the coroner's report.
Yes.
By all means.
Doctor, when the body was brought to you, could you determine the time of death?
Yes, I did.
And what time was
the
that?
cause?
Yes, the cause was seizure, strong seizure, followed by heart failure.
Heart failure.
Yes, heart failure.
And the death was the death happened at what time?
Approximately 1:30 in the morning. On the
And when was the body found?
the body was found in the morning by one of his graduate students. I forget her name. Court something. Last name Court.
Okay. So that's fine. We'll talk to court. But were you able to see anything discerning on besides the seizures?
Well, I mean, if you guys are really who you say you are, I would like to see some identification, of course, from yourself, Agent.
I show my badge.
Oh, okay.
My
I don't doubt that is real. My goodness, I've never seen one of those before. That said, I mean, I do have the body here in the adjoining morgue.
Oh, let's go to the morgue then, Doctor.
I do recommend that those of you who have never seen a cadaver before, especially this one, you may wish to.
Don't you worry about that, Doc. We're very well versed. Lead the way.
I take some cigarette and put it in my nose.
I take out a small thing of leaves out of my pocket and rub some on the top of my nose.
Okay.
Or, underneath. Bill, you want some?
Oh, I got the cigarettes.
Okay. Doctor?
Oh, trust me, by this time, I can't really smell anything anymore.
Fair enough.
So, you pass into, and I'm going to sort of show you a handout also. This is what a morgue would look like back in the day. This is cadavers. People would, students would literally. Yeah, this is no joke, right? Medical diagrams, right?
No gloves.
Nope, no gloves, no masks.
That guy's also been dead for a
really long time. And of what cause, we just don't know.
You'll never.
They're trying to figure out.
For real. So that's the morgue. Let me bring you guys to another handout. So, okay, he walks you across to an adjoining room. He opens the door. There are rows and rows of metal doors, small, probably about 3 feet wide by 2 feet tall, just like you see in the movies. This room is cool, but it still retains that same unnerving humidity as you walk into it.
Or is it cold?
No, it's cold. It's not cold that you can see your breath per se, but it is chilly, right? It's probably around 50-something degrees. Right, they don't keep them in freezers.
They're still using ice at this point in history.
Blocks, I'm sure. Keep the rooms cool with fans. No doubt.
Indeed.
Oh, hello, Cat.
On one of the, this is actually kind of funny. On one of the tables, I wouldn't call it a slab per se, but on one of the tables, Professor Wheatcroft sort of turns to it and he goes, "Oh, damn kids!" And he picks up a sort of periodical, and on the front of it, you see something that you haven't seen in about 6 months, which is the comic book cover of Tales from the Deep. Picks it up, goes, students. Just tucks it, rolls it, puts it into his lapel.
give this back later. Anyway, where were we? Oh, yes.
Oh, let me see that for a minute. Sorry, there was a noise. The comic book. Can I see that for just a second?
Oh, certainly I didn't realize that you were an aficionado of these kinds of trash.
I'm very well read, thank you. And I just kind of go through it real quick.
Okay. It is a sort of a story which I'll send to you between now and the next session.
Great. I tuck it into my jacket pocket.
Okay, cool. So he walks over to the third door within the morgue. Let me see here. And he starts to take the handle and open it. And he rolls out a long slab. And on this slab is a figure under a sheet. And the first thing that you notice when this slab is pulled out is the smell. You've smelled cadavers, and obviously you have still this stuff under your nose. But it seeps through it. You smell, obviously, blood. The acrid, coppery smell of blood.
Doc, how long ago did you say this happened? 1:30 in the morning. When? How many days ago?
24th September.
What day's today?
Today's the 2nd.
The 2nd of what?
October, my boy.
7 days.
8 days?
All right, that's 8 days.
That's correct, 8 days.
And this room has been kept cold on.
Yes, of course. We had to keep it cold.
So, how is it decomposing?
Well, see for yourself.
And he grabs a corner of the sheet and flips it. And I'll show you what you see.
Oh, God.
Here we go.
Like I said,
This is gonna get nasty, isn't it?
like I said a month ago, I plan on sleeping tonight.
I'm sure you do. So the first thing you see is the upper torso and his face, which looks like that.
Oh.
His face is frozen in a paroxysm of terror. And there is obviously a massive incision on his upper torso. What that's from, you of a medical facility know, clearly from the autopsy. But the most striking thing, obviously, are his eyes, or the remains of his eyes. I'll take that away from the people in chat, and I apologize if that triggered anything for anyone. He says,
Clearly, eyes, whitish gray, viscera, excrusions, severe thermal damage. We found as well, within the actual gut flora, organ failure, pretty much everything.
Oh, so it was cooked.
From the inside, yes.
So wait a second, Dr. Wheatstone.
Wheatcroft?
Sorry, Wheatcroft. I apologize. The dean upstairs told us that supposedly he died of a heart attack.
Obviously not, Bill.
Well, I guess this might be of use to you, but seeing as you're from the FBI, I guess that trumps what Dean Fallon told me. Dean Fallon had explained to me that, of course, it would be to the advantage of all of us here in the university that the police were not involved, and so...
We'll keep it quiet, Doc.
I do appreciate that.
We just need to understand the cause of death.
Right. Body hasn't been seen by anyone in the police. Only by Dean Fallon, myself, of course, the lady who discovered it, this media.
Where is she? Well, you're probably going to need to speak with her.
I would assume she's somewhere on campus, perhaps in her dormitories.
Said her last name was Cook?
Court. Amelia Court.
All right, Doc. So what do you think? What do you think, Cop?
Can't say I've ever seen anything quite like it.
Me neither.
Quite disturbing, if you ask me.
Is there any check we can do, Matt? Like,
You
either
could
myself
make
or-
a medicine check if you wanted to have any kind of medical understanding of what could potentially cause this.
I can't. I don't have the medicine. Dr. Winthorp, you got the.
Nope.
Not in your facilities, Dr. Winthorp.
Can I look around the body and spot anything hidden?
You can make a spot hidden check, yeah, sure.
I'll do that.
What about biology?
Sure, you could roll that too. I'll allow for that.
Got a hard spot hidden.
And a hard
And a
biology.
hard biology.
Look at this, to ending the evening with some hard
Damn.
successes here. You do happen to notice, upon sort of viewing the body, Bill, that there are, under his fingernails, there is blood. And in his palms are marks that indicate those fingernails digging into his palms.
So I grab a handkerchief out of my bag and another hand. And I lean over, I pull up his. Doc, come here for a second. And I go,
over.
Doc, look at his fingernails.
Defensive. It's like he almost dug his own fists into his fingers into his own hands.
Yeah, he was fighting something.
Holding on for dear life.
Crazy.
I don't see how there's any medical evidence, of course. People in the throes of death have instinctive reactions. Pain, of course. That could be the reason why. That could have
Doc,
caused.
enough to cut their own hands with fingernails?
That's one hell of a trauma for the body to be able to be in such a tense state. Shocking. Is there any, Matt, do I see anything like growing on him or is there anything
It's the
like...
biology roll. You covered my roll, Matt.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Let's go to your biology roll. And I think this is probably the last roll of the night here. Your biology is a hard success. Unless you dig in to the gut cavity, you probably won't know more.
Are there gloves close by?
You better believe it.
Are they short or long?
They're long rubber gloves.
Great. I quickly put double layers on, so one layer on each hand,
Okay.
and then followed quickly by a second layer.
Okay.
And I'd say to Bill and Dr. Wheatford.
Croft.
Wheatcroft.
Poor Dr.
Okay,
Wheatcroft.
boys, I'm going in, and I raise up my sleeves and I put these gloves on with the classic snap noise, right? Crack my knuckles and I dig into that cavity.
Okay, and as the camera zooms in on Wheatcroft's face as he does a sanity check to watch you dig in, and I would like one to be actually done by you as well. Bill, do a sanity check
Do
for
I have to
me.
do one too, or?
I would say you know what you're doing, but we'll have to see what you find
Yeah,
because
I'm
that
using
might.
it. It's just like a dolphin. Going-
Sure. What you find inside. What you find inside might make you reconsider that note. But hey, this is just because I have the sound effect. So here we go.
So sanity check or not?
Yeah.
Oh, that's juicy.
Oh,
So sanity check or not?
Ooh.
Oh,
that was
God.
Yes, please sanity check for me.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah,
hard
thanks, yeah,
success.
Bill.
Yeah, you're like
Therapy paid off.
you close your eyes for a sec, but you just watch. Wheatcroft. Here, I'm pretty sure he's gonna fail. But hey, who
He's gonna
knows?
Puke on the floor.
He might, or he might do something else. Here, let me get his character sheet.
Oh
up.
no.
Here we go.
Oh.
Dr. Wheatcroft. Paging Dr. Wheatcroft. Paging Dr. Wheatcroft. Sanity
Wheatcroft.
check.
Hey!
Oh,
Last
Who
roll
knew?
of the night, man.
he has no problem.
He's
with
like, he just like takes he grabs a potato chip, and he's just like,
he just gained 10 points.
I mean,
He grabs a little thing of
the
popcorn and
doctor-
just starts eating.
He
Yeah.
did do the first autopsy.
true.
That actually made him feel good.
It improved his sanity.
Yeah, seriously.
It does actually improve his thing.
True. All right, so
last
that's the
That
last
was-
sort of image of the night. Is we just watch.
What is it?
We watch Winthorp open the chest cavity, and you just hear. No. I've got it here. Here we go. As
So
he
what is it?
opens the chest cavity, and inside is everything is black and shriveled and desiccated and crawling with maggots.
So what does he see with his biology?
It means that nothing of this world could have caused this kind of damage and left the outside completely untouched. At least nothing that you know of.
So Doc, what does this mean? Why is he all black?
Well, should I do can I do a roll for this, Matt?
I would say this is definitely not something in your wheelhouse. So make a your choice, Dr. Winthorp, and only one. I would say, let's see. Definitely not biology because you just rolled it. I would say either.
Mythos?
Sorry,
Mythos?
you could do a mythos roll. Sure.
Or
Or an occult roll. I would say probably not occult considering the nature. So maybe mythos. Yeah.
nope.
Can I do an occult roll?
Oh, you could luck that. You could luck that
You
with
certainly
1
can.
point.
I am gonna luck that.
1
to
point
15.
to 15. That's a very good roll for the Cthulhu mythos.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
really good at these fucking mythos rolls.
You've
Uh-huh.
got good. You do have good mythos rolls.
Okay.
Does it relate to Antarctica, Doc?
We're not supposed to talk
Wheatcroft
about
says,
Roscoe.
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing.
Nothing.
This is definitely something. If you look at the eyes, and I pull up his eyes,
And you just like, it's all black, just like everything comes out and starts falling down his cheeks.
right. That's the entry point. Everything else below, and I show the cavity, is just melted. Whatever did this, he saw it. His entire body just tensed up, and he just burned himself out from the inside out.
But doesn't he know what it is since he rolled a Cthulhu?
He
mythos?
doesn't know what it is, but he knows what it did.
If I had criticaled or hearted naturally, then yeah, I might have.
Oh, okay.
Not by luck.